processors, logistics providers in the midstream, and exporters to the high-value market of the UK and the rest of the world. And so, protecting and expanding market access for these products is therefore not only a sectoral priority, but also a national imperative. As we pursue these opportunities, we must recognize that the global trading environment is changing. Across major export destinations, consumers and regulators are increasingly demanding higher standards of food safety, quality assurance, traceability, sustainability, and transparency throughout the supply chains. The United Kingdom remains one of Uganda's most important high-value export destinations. However, recent enhancements to import control measures under the UK's Retain Regulation 2019-1793 have introduced heightened inspection, testing, and certification requirements for selected products, including capsicum and sesame originating from Uganda and the rest of Africa. It is against this background that today's workshop has been organized. These developments should not be viewed solely as compliance challenges. Rather, they should be seen as an opportunity to strengthen Uganda's quality management systems. That's very important. We need to strengthen our quality management systems, improve production practices, right from farm-level agronomic practices, enhance traceability mechanisms, and elevate the competitiveness of our export sector, especially for our horticultural items. In today's global marketplace, market access is increasingly determined not by tariff preferences alone, but by the ability to consistently demonstrate compliance with sanitary and phytosanitary requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting Uganda's reputation in international markets is critical. Every export consignment leaving Uganda carries with it the reputation of our country. A single interception at a foreign border point can have far-reaching ramifications and implications far beyond the individual exporter involved. It can affect buyer confidence in the market where we're exporting, increase transaction costs, disrupt supply relationships, and undermine perceptions of Uganda as a reliable source of quality products. When national investment in food safety is low, the costs of compliance can fall disproportionately on the exporter, which can lead to bad outcomes for both the enterprise and the country as a whole. When costs become too high, both food safety and trade suffer. Incomes suffer. Businesses suffer. Nobody wins. As Ugandans, this is a priority action area, and as government, we will make sure that we achieve the desired positioning of our country in this endeavor. Strong reputation for quality, reliability, and compliance creates opportunities for market expansion, premium pricing, repeat business, and long-term commercial partnerships. International trade is built on relationships and on trust. As Uganda seeks to position itself as a preferred supplier in global markets, we must cultivate a culture of quality across the entire export ecosystem. This requires sustained investments in standards, testing, certification, traceability systems, and regulatory compliance. More importantly, it requires a shared commitment by all actors in the value chain to uphold the highest standards of production, handling, and export readiness. Non-compliance is not an option because it leads to delays or outright rejection of goods at borders, a daunting scenario for perishables, given that most or nearly every horticultural item that we export as a country is a perishable, except for the few that are preserved for long shelf life. As the national institution mandated to promote exports and facilitate export competitiveness, UFUZEPA remains fully committed to supporting Uganda's exporters to access, penetrate, and sustain their presence in international markets. We shall continue strengthening export readiness programs, market intelligence services, exporter capacity development initiatives, business matchmaking platforms, and market access interventions. We shall also continue working closely as a government, using the whole of government approach, to work with other government institutions, exporters, associations, development partners, to ensure that exporters receive timely information on emerging market requirements and the technical support necessary to comply with international standards. We shall do this by expanding our interventions in providing trade and market information to all exporters. Our objective is not merely to respond to current market access challenges, but to build a resilient, diversified, and internationally competitive export sector capable of succeeding in the world's most demanding markets. Our overarching objectives for today's engagement are threefold. Number one, preventing trade rejections. Number two, maintaining market access through compliance with destination market requirements. And three, protecting domestic agriculture. I encourage all participants to actively engage in today's discussions and identify practical actions to strengthen compliance and competitiveness in the capsicum and sesame value chains. Through collective effort, we can convert compliance into a competitive advantage, expand market opportunities, and position exports as a key driver of Uganda's economic transformation and sustainable growth. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir, for those remarks. Indeed, as an authority, we are committed to ensuring that we support you, we facilitate you to export. We are your one-stop shop for anything and everything to do with exports. Allow me to welcome our over 35 members that are online. Thank you very much for joining us in this very important discussion. Mr. PS, as you can see, our Ugandans are really eager to understand and partake of this big cake that there is in the exports of this country. May I now take the honor to welcome Ms. Christine Mugoya, an economist at the British High Commission, and thank the Commission, the High Commission, for working with us to make this awareness and capacity building workshop possible. Thank you very much. May we welcome her to speak to us.
Good morning once again. The Undersecretary, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Executive Director, Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Agency, valued exporters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to join you today on behalf of the British High Commission for this timely and important workshop on the evolving UK sanitary and phytosanitary requirements for capsicum and sesame, two products that hold strong and growing potential within Uganda's export portfolio. The United Kingdom values its long-standing and mutually beneficial trade relationship with Uganda, a trade relationship in which Uganda gains access to a valued, stable market, while the UK benefits from quality agriculture products that support its supply chains and consumer demand. Through the UK Developing Country Trading Scheme, the UK provides preferential access to its market, and for Uganda that means duty-free, quota-free access to the vast majority of Uganda's exports, creating a strong platform for trade expansion. In terms of trade flows, the relationship, while modest, has significant room for growth. Total trade between the UK and Uganda was approximately £475 million in the year ending 2025. Horticulture is particularly important. Fruit and vegetable exports are Uganda's top export to the UK. Valued at just under 10 million in 2025, the sector has strong growth potential. Historically, the UK has been a key destination and at one time absorbed close to 27% of Uganda's total horticulture exports. It continues to remain an important market, especially for agriculture products such as capsicum, chilies, and fresh vegetables. We're keen to see Uganda-UK trade continue to increase, both in volume and value. These figures clearly show that progress is possible and that there remains untapped potential. With the right investments in standards, quality, compliance, and value addition, Uganda is well positioned to expand its share of the UK market, including in horticulture products and oil seeds. Today's workshop is therefore very timely. Changes in SPS requirements should not be seen as barriers, but as essential standards to ensure food safety, protect plant health, and build trust with UK buyers and consumers. For products like capsicum and sesame, compliance is not optional. It is the key to maintaining and expanding market access, reducing interceptions, and strengthening Uganda's reputation as a reliable exporter. The UK remains committed to working with Uganda and partnering with both public institutions and private sector institutions to strengthen standards, improve systems, and unlock new export opportunities. Through the Trademark Africa program, which is the UK's flagship trade facilitation program in Uganda and East Africa, we are pleased to partner with the Ministry of Trade to help reduce the time and cost of trade. We have invested in key trade infrastructure, physical infrastructure, including one-stop border posts, the Gulu Logistics Hub, and IT systems for trade. More recently, we've supported the Ministry of Trade to improve the regulatory and policy environment, and that has included a revision of Uganda's national trade policy, as well as the National Export Development Strategy. With UNBS, another key government partner, the UK has supported improvements in standards compliance and the recent national sensitization campaign for the private sector. The UK continues to support Uganda's efforts to improve regional integration at the EAC level, and more recently, efforts to implement the ACFTA protocols. We will continue to support efforts that enhance competitiveness and that enable exporters to fully benefit from preferential access under the UK's DCTS and other regional integration efforts. I encourage all participants here today to engage actively, ask questions, and share experiences. Together we can address the challenges and improve compliance and position Uganda as a leading supplier of high-quality, safe, and competitive agricultural products to the UK market. I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the United Kingdom market is open for our products. We just need to improve our standards and be compliant. May I now take the singular honor to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to speak to us. Please give him a befitting welcome. He is our boss.
Good morning once again. The Executive Director, Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Authority, representative from the British High Commission, representatives from ministries, departments and agencies, leaders of Exporters Association, members of the private sector, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to join you today for this important workshop on United Kingdom market access requirements for exporters of capsicum and sesame. I commend the Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Authority and the British High Commission for organizing this strategic engagement. It is taking place at a critical moment when Uganda is intensifying efforts to transform its economy through industrialization, value addition, private sector development, and export growth. As such, today's engagement is not merely about compliance, it's about strengthening Uganda's competitiveness in international markets and advancing our national development agenda anchored on NDB4 and the tenfold growth strategy. Our focus on exports, export competitiveness is already yielding results. Uganda exports of goods and services have grown approximately 204% for the last 5 years. Total export earnings reached a record of USD 18.04 billion in the 12 months to March 2026, up to from March 2026. This remarkable performance demonstrates that Uganda products are increasingly finding acceptance in the regional market and international markets. It also highlights the positive impact of government interventions in export promotion, industrialization, and value addition and market diversification. The United Kingdom remains one of Uganda's key strategic trading partners and a major destination for agricultural products. According to international trading statistics, Uganda's goods valued at approximately USD 40.3 million to United States in 2025, while UK from USD to USD 65.983 million. Uganda's exports to UK are dominated by coffee, tea, spices, horticultural products, fruits, vegetables, oilseeds, and other agricultural commodities, underscoring the significance of agriculture in our bilateral trade relationship. However, maintaining this momentum requires continuous improvement in quality, standards, compliance, market readiness. Global trade is becoming standard-driven. Access to high-value markets is no longer determined solely by production capacity and price competitiveness. It is increasingly influenced by compliance with sanitary requirements, food safety standards, traceability systems, and environmental safeguards. As I conclude, members, I wish to retaliate from what has been submitted, that we in Uganda and all of us here, let us not take quality as a regulatory burden, but let us take it as a tool for competitiveness. Members, quality is now a currency. Why? It opens doors for you to access high market value countries. Two, trust, credibility with the global markets and the consumers. Three, protects value. One, by reducing the risks of costly rejections and protecting financial losses. It is a prerequisite for entry in any market. So quality is very, very instrumental if you are to achieve all in our intended strategies. It's now my honor and privilege to officially declare the awareness and the capacity building workshop on UK market access requirements for capsicum and sesame exporters officially open. For God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mr. PS. May I invite us to give him another warm applause. Indeed, government is committed to supporting the private sector to deliver and grow further our exports. May I now invite us to, we shall go out and take a group photo and take a health break for about, I think 5 minutes. We'll do a working tea. We pick our tea, come back in the room, and then we continue with the discussions. Okay? I know many came in the room quite early without taking breakfast, so let us pick tea very fast, and then we'll come back in the room. But before that, we'll take a group picture just at the stairs, okay, as you access this building, and then we'll take it on from there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. For the online audience, please keep with us. We are returning at exactly 10:55. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's take a group picture just at the stairs. We come back, pick tea, and come in the room. We shall have a working coffee. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that short break, and thank you for keeping time. It is very important that, especially when you're in the exporting business, time is of the essence. So thank you for honoring time, and we appreciate you for that. Now, the next person that is going to speak to us is indeed an expert. She is the Senior Import Strategy Manager, Imported Food Unit at the United Kingdom, and International Affairs Directorate, Food Standards Agency. She is called Helen Smith. Helen, you're welcome to speak to us. In the room, we have the Executive Director of the Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority. I know that you are online, and you must have heard from Ms. Christine Mugoya, the economist at the British High Commission. We also had remarks from the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. But also in the room, we have the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We have the Ministry of Agriculture, Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. We also have the Directorate of Government Lab Services. We also have members of the private sector. We have Hortifresh in the room. We have the Uganda Fruits and Vegetable Exporters and Producers Association. We have the Horticulture Exporters Association. We have the Oil Seeds Processors Association. We also have Siatini in the room. We have very many exporters that are eager to hear from the expert. And so I now open the floor to you, Ms. Smith. Welcome.
Morning, thank you so much. I am just going to spend a little second while I share my screen. And thank you once again for the opportunity to join you today. My name is Helen Smith, as was introduced. I am the manager in import strategy with responsibility for coordinating the development of food not of animal origin policy within the Food Standards Agency, also known as FSA. I am joined today by Lindsay Holden, FSA's Head of Import Strategy, who will add her expertise to questions you have which may not be answered through our presentation. We are pleased to contribute to this workshop for Ugandan exporters, producers and government officials. We wish to aid your understanding of requirements to import the food and feed commodities contained within the annexes to Assimilated Regulation 2019-1793. These are official controls for high-risk imported foods not of animal origin. Products may be considered high risk if they contain contaminants such as mycotoxins, pesticides, or salmonella. This regulation, 2019-1793, is designed to be dynamic, to keep pace with the imported foods market and changing level of risk to public health at the border. The assimilated legislation applies in England, Wales, and Scotland. Northern Ireland applies the equivalent EU legislation. While Great Britain has the same legislation as the EU for controlling imported high-risk food not of animal origin, such as peppers, the commodities and controls we apply may vary. This is because we use our own data to evaluate risks for imported food. In accordance with Article 12 of the regulation, a review of the commodities listed in its annexes is undertaken on a regular basis to consider new information related to risks and non-compliance. The purpose of the review is to ensure that the legislation remains focused on those imported food and feed commodities which pose the greatest risk to consumers. This review is completed as 4 nations when experts from FSA and Food Standards Scotland convene an expert working group that determines whether existing controls are effective, should be reduced, or applied to new commodities that present a risk to health. Annex 1 lists commodities by country that must be pre-notified no less than 24 hours before arrival using IPATHS, which is the Import of Products, Animal, Food and Feed System. For commodities listed in Annex 2, as well as pre-notification on IPATHS, additional documentation is required. The consignment must come with an official certificate and laboratory analysis. Competent authorities in the country of origin should use model health certificates to create versions of an official certificate that exporters can apply for. The model certificate is known as GBHC 176 and is detailed on the government website gov.uk. The pre-export sample should be taken by a recognised laboratory to certify the consignment is compliant with the regulation. On entry, commodities listed in 2019-1793 annexes are then subject to official controls at the GB border before being placed on the market. Recently, we communicated about changes to GB controls which came into force on the 1st of January 2026. Among these updates, 2 are relevant for products of Ugandan origin. I will now explain these changes and confirm the consequences for import requirements. The first change was an amendment to the commodity codes on controls for sesame seeds for Salmonella listed in Annex 2. The change extends the scope of control by adding 2 additional commodity codes which can be applied on sesame seeds within the UK nomenclature. These commodity codes are 2008 191949 and 2008 199949. Secondly, excuse me, the controls on the control on peppers of the genus capsicum, other than sweet, in fresh, chilled or frozen form for pesticide residues was deleted from Annex 1 and added into Annex 2 with a 20% frequency of identity and physical checks. To say a little bit now on the rationale for doing so, when the working group met to review all imported food risks, there was a concern in the ongoing failures for pesticide residues detected at the GB border. It is a risk that has been monitored for several years, and in past reviews, decisions were made to increase frequency of checks under Annex 1. The working group noted the increase in physical check failures at the border, as well as a rise in food safety alerts from the EU Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed database, known as RASIF, showing serious and potentially serious risk. As a result, the decision was reached to enhance checks, moving peppers of the genus capsicum other than sweet into Annex 2. We did complete a consultation about all amendments during February and April last year, which incorporated the opinions from key stakeholders. The World Trade Organization notified the international community of our proposed changes between June and August 2025. In addition, FCDO colleagues in Uganda were informed of these proposals ahead of public consultation and then given confirmation when the Minister agreed to make and lay the statutory instrument to give effect to the proposed changes. The consequences of change for peppers moving into Annex 2 are as follows. Effective from the 1st of January 2026, consignments of Uganda peppers imported into the GB market must be accompanied by an export health certificate, completed by the relevant competent authority for food safety in Uganda. This document must be accompanied by a certificate of analysis from the laboratory where the sample was subject to testing. On presentation at the GB border, officials at Port Health are looking for confirmation that analysis on pesticide residues has been undertaken and the consignment found to be compliant in line with regulations and requirements detailed in the articles highlighted on this slide. The export health certificate should be produced using the model certificate as a guide. Resources, including the following links to website and guide I have mentioned today, and the written explanation of the changes have been shared with colleagues in FCDO for your reference. We appreciate your attention today and hope this talk was helpful to you in ensuring food exported to GB meets our food safety requirements.
Export compliance and market access. We now are sure that we can navigate England's 2025 official controls for high-risk food and feed of non-animal origin. I want to now invite the audience, since we still have Ms. Smith online, to ask questions, and then she will respond to those. Okay? I invite questions. Okay? Another round of applause for her. Thank you very much for taking us through that session.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, you highlighted something that was very critical.
Your name and organization?
My name is Matrin Sebulime. I am from Uganda National Bureau of Standards. So my question is, you talked about a certificate of analysis and you mentioned a recognized lab. Could you please highlight more on the criteria of recognition of a lab? Has the UK enlisted laboratories that it has recognized, or as long as you hold international accreditation with scopes accredited on pesticide residue testing that are traceable, then the result can be accepted, or UK has recognized its own labs, and what would be the criteria, and which lab is on that list if it's available online for the exporter? Thank you.
Thank you. Another question? You want to answer one at a time? Okay, that's fine as well. Please proceed.
So I'll say at this moment as well. I'm hearing some feedback, so hopefully that's not too distracting. I have also online with me Lindsay Holden, who's the head of import strategy. So we will answer any questions as a duo. In terms of specific laboratory, it is the responsibility of the competent authority in the country of origin to designate a laboratory to deliver pre-export sampling and analysis. The slides which we can share to delegates today does explain the standards. That is Article 10 in the legislation, and there is a standard, an ISO standard, that are the general requirements for the competency of testing and calibration laboratories. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, he is satisfied. Okay, next. Any other question? Right at the back. You introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is David Mutende. I'm a senior government chemist at Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory. So with the UK requirement, of course we understand that every consignment must be tested. But my question is, what would be the minimum level of compliance that would transition us from Annex 1 to a different annex, of course, which I don't know, but which would move us from that strict annex? I know it is maybe 100% compliance, but to you, what would be the minimum compliance? Thank you.
I wonder if I can perhaps come in here to answer your question. I'm Lindsay Holden, Head of Import Strategy at the FSA. There is, I think, in short, there is no specific criteria or exact criteria. What we would be looking for is a sustained trend in increased compliance at the border. And so where we're seeing that sustained trend, we may therefore remove something down from Annex 2 to Annex 1, keep an eye on it. And then as we again see a sustained trend in compliance, reduce the frequency of checks. At a point where we're satisfied that there isn't a continuing issue, then we may decide to take it out of HRF and AO control altogether.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, please. Any other questions? Yes, we have one at the back.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I have a question on the certificates you mentioned.
Kindly introduce yourself.
Sorry, I'm Moses Ochan from Global East Africa, Sesame and Chia. She mentioned there's a certificate, official certificate called ADFC 77 something, which is the official certificate of compliance. And then you also talked about a model certificate. Now, is this one issued for a particular company, or it goes down to specific supplier?
Did you catch that, Helen?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
The model certificate is designed to be a template, and it is the authority in the country of origin to design a version of that template that exporters can use in their trade activity. So the key headings and information contained within it must be mirrored in the certificate that is sent along with the consignment.
Okay.
Can I jump in there as well? Apologies, just to say that the principle of the certificates is to allow the exporting content authority to attest to the compliance of the consignment to GB requirements. In the case of pesticides, for example, the fact that they meet the the maximum residue levels that are set out in the relevant GB legislation. And so it is for the content authority to essentially provide and issue that certification, including all of the relevant elements that are set out within the template. But of course, we recognise that it may be on their own letterhead, or they have a particular way of setting those certifications out. And some sort of flexibility in that regard is absolutely fine.
Okay, so they also recognize our own systems, right? So if it is the Ministry of Agriculture, if it is the Directorate of Laboratory, yeah, so it's recognized, provided it is on a letterhead. Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, we have one right there.
Hello, good morning once again. I'm Colin Stugume from Outspan Agri Exports, and we do export sesame seed, chilies, and cocoa. In the previous years, we managed to export red bud eye chilies to the UK. But unfortunately, when it comes to the laboratory tests, you're forced to do the laboratory tests from the UK, not from Uganda. And we are ordered to do the laboratory test with the laboratory called Eurofins in the UK. So my question is, don't we have a laboratory that is accredited, like to do the lab tests that can match with the UK standard, so that we can do everything from here? Because once you send the samples to the UK, it is more expensive compared to when at least you can do it from here and maybe just send the consignment when you rest assured that it is meeting the standards. Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's see, Helen, anyone to take on that?
I think perhaps I can come in just to clarify that the expectation would be that the testing is done prior to export. So the samples are taken by the government competent authority, sent to the government laboratory or the designated laboratory, and so that certification can follow prior to export, as opposed to, I'm not quite sure about the arrangement that you have where you send samples to a GB laboratory. Is that within the UK, or is that Eurofins that are set up in Uganda?
I think the question there is, apparently the UK seems to require that their own lab is the one that certifies that this is an okay product to import into the UK. So the question is, can't we have our competent authority in Uganda be able to be trusted by the UK that what they've tested and approved can actually also be approved in the UK, than first sending a sample to the UK and then returning the same?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is no requirement to send a sample first to the UK. The expectation would be that the Ugandan authorities establish their own kind of, or designate their own official laboratory, and the pre-export analysis is performed here, prior to export. So there may be some testing at the border when the samples arrive at the GB border. Our port health authorities may do some checks there in addition to the pre-export checks that have already been done by the Ugandan authorities prior to export. But we will use our own national official laboratories for doing that ourselves. But that's in addition to the Annex 2 requirements pre-export.
Right. Does that answer your question? No. You want to clarify further, given your experience in this?
When you talk about the pre-export laboratory tests, in 2022 we did a laboratory test in Uganda for sesame seed, and it was going to Belgium. Unfortunately, all the tests in Uganda showed that the sesame was good for export. When it reached the destination market, they again did another lab test, and they found it contaminated with permethrin. So that's where the challenge is. It's like there is no trust with what has been done in Uganda. So my point here is, if at all, for example, most of the times we do use Chemifa, and most of our lab tests, like with Chemifa, always go good. But when it comes to chilies, and even most clients, they do request, they want the samples or they want the tests done like in the UK, or they give you a specific laboratory where they want you to do the tests from. What happens if I do the test from Chemifa and then I know that what I'm exporting is not going to maybe, like the results are not going to become negative when they reach the other side? Like the trust in between there. Because it does not make sense if I maybe do a Chemifa test and then maybe the consignment is sent, and at the end of the day, they tell me they've tested it again and it is maybe having some contamination or some residues. So like the trust issue, maybe once I've done a laboratory test with Chemifa, I know that if I send the certificate to maybe the client in the UK, then they can approve it without maybe having any other issues. Because that means if I do Chemifa and I send, then I have to be like 50-50. Will they allow or they will not?
Okay, thank you for that. Is Chemifa in the room? Yes, I would like to hear from them, because how come they find your product compliant and uninfected, then when they do a second test on the other market, they find it contaminated? Is the problem here?
I think here probably you need to comment, because there are two things. Because when we test for you,
maybe for the benefit of our experts,
yes.
What is Chemifa?
Chemifa is an international accredited laboratory, private sector laboratory, an inspections company. We have been doing quite a lot of export compliance work for the last 27 years. And definitely, if we had those kind of things, probably would be having a wrong experience of what is rejected, which you don't seem to see. But I would also find something, maybe I share with you an experience. When we test for you, usually we ask you, there are two ways. we test according to the sample you brought us. You are the one who sampled. Or you call us to come and sample for you. Then we test according to what we have sampled. So what we have sampled, I can 100% be sure that whatever comes, even if it's rejected, we are 100% responsible for that. But what you sampled, there is still some room. I don't know exactly what happened. That I cannot 100% defend that. But I can give you one example with sesame seeds, for instance. I think there was some issues before 2024. And I think there were some inconsistencies in the tests that are being reported. We had a team of EU inspectors coming to visit us, of course, under the auspices of competent authority, MAIF. They took some time around, and I think finally they were looking, of course, at some inconsistencies across. But by the time they left, they were convinced, after reviewing all the processes we go through, that probably you are still okay, accepted, you can certify the exports for sesame seeds. Until today, we are the designated lab for MAIF for export for sesame seeds to the EU. I'm not quite sure of the European Union, Great Britain, but for the entire EU, we do the work for them. There are some recommendations they recommended on the aggregators, the farmers, the what. That was outside the work. But on the lab side, they agreed we can do that. So certainly I don't know whether they could, because even for capsicum, we also do capsicum. We are part of the labs doing capsicum export. For the last probably, I don't know how long, I've not had a single case of capsicum rejected. If it is tested again there, probably we have not been informed that you also have double testing. But I think it would be wrong, because when you are international accredited, it's not only what we claim, but we also go through a rigorous exercise of proficiency tests, which are actually monitored. We do all these audits from our accrediting bodies. We also subject ourselves to recognition program for UNBS. So at least we are airtight when it comes to the quality we are giving you. And certainly it's not something we can do deliberately and lose all these benefits we have had around accreditation.
Okay. Thank you for fear of you making an advert out of this. I will request that we move on. Maybe a comment from the team on this, the discussion around that. Maybe 2022 was what, about 4 years ago? Perhaps things have changed. Do we have any recent experience? Anyone who has exported in recent times and had the same experience? Anyone in the room maybe who had a better experience in as far as getting certification here and it being recognized in the other markets? Okay. But for your government. Okay.
To just supplement on what Kemifa has said, I think, my colleague, you need to get in touch with MAIF. Because MAIF, being a competent authority, is the one that is responsible, that will guide you as an exporter. Please take your sample to laboratory A, B, that is accredited. It is the mandate of the MAIF. So we have been testing capsicum together with Kemifa, because they say, for a consignment to move to EU or to UK, it must be accompanied with a test report. So where will the test report come from? It must come from Uganda. And in Uganda we have accredited laboratories, ISO 17025. This is an internationally recognized standard. So we are accredited, and this is what we are doing. So all consignments are accompanied with certificates from Uganda, and that is either Kemifa, UNBS, or Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory. Yes, we understand there are some issues. There are hiccups in what we do. But the hiccups are coming from different sources, as you'll see in the forthcoming presentations. They are the farmers. Who is sampling? Have you sprayed with a recommended formulation? Because if chlorpyrifos is banned in EU, and for you, you are using chlorpyrifos, it is banned. They tell you, the competent authority tells you openly, please don't use chlorpyrifos. You are using chlorpyrifos. They are guiding you how to do the sampling. You are sampling, getting from the corners, because you know, when I pick from the middle, there is a lot of pesticide here. When they taste, they will get it. Someone else, I mean, actually, an exporter will source a sample to the laboratory, which he knows is clean. He goes to farmer X, please give me this sample, I take to the lab.
Now,
We give
I will cut us short on that,
Okay.
because you have a presentation,
Okay.
and we'll hear more about this. After all, this is an awareness and capacity building workshop. Edie has something to say, and I still want my job. Edie, please.
Thank you very much, the gentleman from the government laboratory. When I listen to the conversation, I'm asking myself a question. There is a drug that is banned, but somehow somebody is using it. Where does he get it from? I thought as government we should be coordinated, information should flow, so that if we know that this particular item A is not allowed, then as government we say we cannot have it
On the market.
on the market. So where is the problem? Who is not doing their work?
Gatekeeping.
Can we, maybe UNBS, is UNBS here? Yes, so who allows these things to come in? Because we need the answers. We are dealing with a very important matter here. We need the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please, please.
Hello. Thank you so much, Edie. I think you've done what we call a root cause analysis, and the corrective action is actually somewhere. So to speak to what you have talked about regarding the banned pesticides, the mandate of regulating the agricultural chemicals is not with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We have imports inspectors on our borders, but that particular one is with the Ministry of Agriculture. So as a bureau,
You're
it's
getting
outside
stray
our
bullets.
mandate, yes. Thank you.
Okay, but we are all government, so I think we need to do better, because these ones now are just hearing stories. The private sector wants things to work, because, I mean, someone has a consignment, they've put in all this money, all this effort, and then they are bounced, you know? So we need to do better as government so that the private sector feels comfortable and is well facilitated to do business. After all, we are boasting of 18.04 billion US dollars in exports. We can do better as a country. That is growth, but we can still do better. I will take the last comments from our experts. I will start with Lindsay on the conversations in the room, and then Helen will conclude, and we shall close this session as we move on to the next session. Okay? Welcome, Lindsay.
Thank you very much. And just to say thank you again for inviting us to explain the requirements around our 1793 HRF and AO legislation. I'm quite I find the conversation that's been had in the room today quite refreshing, and just the openness of the conversation and different government departments discussing and talking to each other. So I'm very, very keen, if anything else is needed from a UK government perspective, from the Food Standards Agency. Any further advice, I'm very happy to work in the future with particular government officials if they'd like to reach out to us.
Fred, do we have any comments online from the online audience? Any questions? Then Helen can wrap it up answering those. We have an audience that is online, and we want to thank you for your patience and for logging on, because we couldn't have everyone in the room, but we thank technology that we are able to have these discussions even remotely. We have someone saying, good morning everyone. In the Albertine region, we have a high challenge of logistics, and it's become exceedingly difficult to transport fresh products, particularly capsicums and eggplants and others, to pack houses in Kampala. On the discussion menu, please consider generating cold chain solutions for smallholder farmers. I know this is something that is very close to Edie's heart. When we talk about cold chain solutions, I'm sure that he will say something about that at some point. You could also discuss how to harmonize SPS measures at farms, as well as lowering the cost of testing pesticides residues. Another one, Ali says that to avoid rejections of exports upon arrival at the port of discharge, customs clearance, export consignments and cargo have to comply with destination markets before departure in accredited laboratories. That is right. Some of these pesticides, that is from Thaddeus, some of these pesticides are restricted to only fruits and vegetables production. However, they can be used in other plantations. Right? Okay, that's all, Fred. Helen, you may conclude this session.
Okay, just to reiterate, as Lindsay said, our thanks for the invitation, and to follow up if there's anything further that we can offer to support you in your trade, we'll be very happy to. And thank you once again for the opportunity.
Okay, did you hear that, Asante Sana? Did you hear it? Mm-hmm. Let's welcome that. Thank you, Helen. Thank you. And we'll definitely be in touch as the authority. And if you would be kind to share your presentation so that we are able to share with the participants and those that are online for further appreciation of those requirements. Another hand clap to our experts. Thank you very much for joining us. We shall let you go, but you may keep logged on as we are delving into a presentation from David Mutende. He's not on the program per se, but it is very important that we hear from, he is the senior government chemist from the Directorate of Government Laboratory Services. Very important because I think from the discussions so far, there is indeed an outcry on that service in as far as this export is concerned. Thank you. Shall we welcome David?
Is it morning? Good morning. Sorry, I move. Yes, once again, my name is Mutende David. I'm a senior government chemist at Government Analytical Laboratory, which is headed by Mr. Kefa Kuchana Kateu. Is not a director as of now, he's a chief government chemist. So, next slide, please. Yeah, so Government Analytical Laboratory, it is a forensic laboratory, of course, but we also do quality testing. So our laboratory is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So we have two departments, the criminalistics and QCV. So criminalistics is headed by a commissioner, and it does DNA, it does ballistics, those are guns, it does question documents. So if you have somebody who has forged an agreement, given you forged paper money, all that is examined by Government Analytical Laboratory. Then we have toxicology. So if you die and under suspected circumstances, they will bring your liver, your stomach, and we shall examine that to confirm whether you've been poisoned or something else killed you. So under the QCV, we have the pesticide residue division that does the pesticides. We have the water division. We have microbiology and food and drugs. So we do the testing of the food safety, MRL testing. We do research. We do the implementation of the pesticide residue monitoring plan in the country together with MAIF. Next slide, please. Yeah, so before this UK regime came into play, for us as Government Analytical Laboratory, supported by government, we have been testing. We have been equipped. The government has given us equipment to do the testing of pesticide residues for both export and for our own home consumption. Yes, in conjunction with MAIF, exporters bring their consignments for testing, but we also do perform what we call the residue monitoring plan, where we go on the markets around the country, test the food crops that are on the market to find out what is the status of the level of contamination. For example, we know very well that there are risky crops, food crops on the market. For example, if you go to the market today and checked on the tomatoes, you will find that they are sprayed with yellow powdered substance. And it is us, as Government Analytical Laboratory, that tested and found out that these tomatoes are contaminated with mancozeb. So farmers spray mancozeb early in the morning before harvesting, because they have a notion that mancozeb prolongs the shelf life. So we gave the recommendations to MAIF to, teach the farmers. And we also did a study. How do we mitigate this issue? Of course, these farmers, there are a lot of tomatoes that are contaminated with pesticides. So how can we minimize the level of contamination and the risk of exposure to these chemicals? So we did a study and found out that if you wash these tomatoes, not only tomatoes, but this produce in the market, wash a minimum of 3 to 4 times, you would have minimized the level of contamination to the MRL, which is acceptable. So you would have lowered the risk of exposure. So all of this is done at Government Analytical Laboratory. So like I said, Government Analytical Laboratory, we are accredited for pesticide residue analysis and other scopes. And Government Analytical Laboratory is an old institution that was established in 1927. Next slide, please. Yeah, the core capabilities of Analytical Laboratory, we have the GCM SMS for testing that is gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, triple quadrupole, for testing volatile pesticides. So this was provided by government. That is a 2 billion equipment given to us to safeguard export and the consumers, our population. We have the LCMSMS for analysis of non-volatile compounds. That is a 2.5 billion equipment. So the government is doing everything possible to protect you and to enhance trade. We have the ICP-MSMS for analysis of metals. All of these are 2 billion equipments being invested by government. Nobody is giving us. It is only the government which is interested, of course, in this. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, how GAL contributes to the market access. So we do pre-shipment sampling. We advise on proper sampling protocols to ensure representative samples. Just like I was talking to my colleague there, sampling, a sample that, I mean, what is received at the lab will determine what is coming out. If you source a sample from, you know, a clean farmer, because we have some organic farmers, you go to an organic farmer, and you know very well that your farm you've been spraying pesticides, you bring to us, we shall test, give you a clean report. But in the actual sense, when your product goes, your consignment reaches out there, they will do the testing again, and it will fail. So sampling. Now, we do, of course, do the testing and provide an accredited report. We do, of course, product certification. We work hand in hand with MAIF. You know, MAIF being the competent authority is the one that works hand in hand with you as the exporter, as a farmer. Yes. Yeah, I was, okay, yeah. So you have to work hand in hand with MAIF, you know. MAIF will direct you how to do the sampling. You bring the sample to us, we test, we give you a certificate, then you proceed to them. We shall not give you the certificate. We provide the certificate to MAIF. It is MAIF that authorizes your product, that okay, now you can export. Yeah, next slide, please. Now, these are some of the, since, you know, this regime, UK regime, came into play in January. So now, since January of this year, we have received a bulk of capsicum, as you can see. We have received coffee, cocoa beans, vanilla for export. And in fact, the samples now, most especially now for coffee samples, we are not only receiving samples from Uganda, we are now receiving samples from Congo, we are receiving samples from Burundi and Rwanda. So we are a regional player. You know, so we are not only promoting trade for Uganda, but East Africa as a region. Now, you can see that those are some of the pesticides that have been detected in some of the samples. As you can see, one pesticide is even, not only one, actually there are two. Chloropyrifos, the first one, is banned on capsicum. Then there is also fipronil. That is a pesticide that is used for killing termites. But you'll find a farmer, I don't know how, you know, fipronil takes maybe 4 months to degrade. Its half-life is very long. Why would you use it? So, colleagues, this is how far we stand with the samples that we have received as at the Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory. Next slide, please. Yeah, our unique value proposition for exports, credibility. So government-backed international accredited results that EU, UK authorities trust, experience, actively testing for export even before new EU and UK requirements. Like I said, we were established in 1927, and we have been testing up to date. Now, cost effective, you know, we are government institution. We are the laboratory, of course, that is charging less than $100. Though it is expensive, you know, if colleagues from laboratories, if you tell someone you are using catchers, which requires a lot of chemicals, that equipment that I mentioned, the GCM-SMS, 1 cylinder of helium costs 4 million shillings. So it is expensive. But you know, because government wants you to sell, wants you to, you know, to feed on good food, it has provided a subsidy for our exporters and the farmers at large to test their produce. Efficiency and streamed turnaround time, we take only a maximum of 2 days to give you a certificate of analysis, because we understand that capsicum is a perishable product, you know. So we cannot say, oh, let's give us a week so we shall test what dilly-dallying around. No, we understand this. So immediately you bring your sample, 1-2 days, we provide you a certificate, you are able to harvest and export. Yeah, so testing services that feed directly into government official export certification process. Yes, like I said, we collaborate with MAIF, which is a competent authority for testing. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, concerns. So our concerns, as you can see, is non-representative samples. So many exporters submit samples that do not accurately represent entire consignment. The sample passes, but shipment fails, leading to rejection. We have experienced this practical experience. A farmer, you know, one example, somebody has 2 gardens. He has sprayed different pesticides, and he, you know, okay, we have different types of chilies. There is red chili and green chili. Now somebody brings green chili and said, you give me a report for both because from the same garden. Exactly, this is what they say. But you say, but please, why? Now, they change even codes. Sir, these people change codes. What they do, they know, okay, that farmer has been intercepted, but he has a chili. So he goes, maybe the code is UG0024Y. He will bring his consignment label, his sample labeled UG0024, as if 4 instead of Y. But this is 4, but no. When you follow up with MAIF, they find out, oh no, that farmer was intercepted, so he's not supposed to export. So we are cheating ourselves, exporters. We shall test, give you a report, it passes, but it is intercepted. So let's be honest to ourselves. You know, like they said, one farmer is intercepted, it carries a lot of meaning on our market. Not you as a farmer, but on a country, Uganda. Yeah, so inadequate sample documentations. Yeah, like I said, many samples come, but the documentation is insufficient. Improper packaging and transportation. This is, and it's good that online somebody said they, I think they bring samples from Hoima. So a sample from Hoima that has been sampled by a farmer or exporter from Hoima being transported in a polythene bag. This is a living thing because it has living cells. It is going to sweat. By the time it reaches Kampala, if it is not kept well, packaged well, put in a cool box, it will sweat and then it will wash off the pesticides. By the time you test, pesticides are not detected. Late sample submission. This is I saw some of the exporters are here. I don't want to mention your name, but as you know, he's bringing a sample today. His shipment is today at night. And he's even bringing during, maybe after lunch. I want a report. Please, take me to director, to chief government chemist. I want a report. Now you say, but now the chief is, even if he authorizes a report, do you want me to forge a report? So please, exporters, do the needful. Maybe if your shipment is today, you would have brought a sample yesterday, so that it gives us ample time. In analysis of samples is not rocket science. We are going to extract your sample, analyze. Somehow we may get results that we need to do a repeat analysis. We also need to be sure, I've detected this pesticide. Is it true that it is positive, or is a false positive detection? Yes, next slide. So our strategic actions would be, of course, it's good that now I'm here with the chief government chemist. We need a GC, gas chromatographer, time of flight. Yes, because GC time of flight, LOC time of flight, these very sensitive equipments will really help us to detect these compounds that are not even listed. Because there are a lot of pesticides that are here in the country that are not authorized. So we need this equipment. And sir, any PPO should be responsible for sampling, sample handling, transportation, and sample submission. Now, we have a challenge. Of course, I showed you that most of the challenges that we face at the testing laboratory are coming from the sample submission. Now, sir, the challenge that we have known is that any PPO is not the one responsible for sampling as of now. It is the exporter who goes to the garden, collects a sample, and submits for testing. It is not right. The NPPO should be the one responsible for sample. It comes to your garden, samples, brings to the lab, we test, and furnish the report to the NPPO. It is now the NPPO to authorize you to harvest. But because of some of the issues, administrative issues, they have trained, NPPO has trained farmers and exporters to perform the testing. But we need to look into that. How government can come into, because the mandate of sampling must be done by competent authority. Yes. Then the national residue monitoring plan, of course, I've mentioned that. We need to implement that, the implementation of the pesticide residue monitoring plan, so that we track the contamination levels and establish high-risky crops. You know, if we go to the markets, test our food crops, we can identify the high-risk crops that we should emphasize. Next slide. Yeah, this is, of course, this was just a pesticide residue model that that gentleman is scanning through, and then this one is the one feeding. But as I conclude, of course, members, there are questions that we should ask ourselves. Maybe the first question would be, of course, the UK regime. Why? That would be the question, the first question. Why did the UK impose this? And then the second question would be, why not? Because they care for their population. And then the third question would be, why not us? As UK cares for their population, why not us? And lastly, why not us now? Why can't we begin now? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutende. Another hand clap for him. We shall now continue on that same trajectory of lab testing standards and all, and that ushers in Mr. Martin Sebulime from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. You cannot talk exports and not talk quality, not talk standards. So you're most welcome. He is here to talk to us about food export and import inspection and certification systems, what exporters need to know for market access and compliance. Yes, indeed, we were, as per the program, we are supposed to be having Maif, but we've switched up the program a little bit so that we have UNBS, and then we'll have a Q&A, and Maif will come in later. Thank you, Mr. Sebulime. The floor is yours. Shall we welcome him?
Thank you so much. I want to greet you all. Good afternoon, and welcome to this session. I would like to ask the presenter to start us off. Okay, so the first slide, please. We are talking about food exports, imports, and certification systems. Like David has said, and the previous speakers have said, currently what we are looking at is that failed or intercepted consignment because of residual pesticides or because of detection of a pathogen like Salmonella. So our question then should be, yes, the UK has imposed this, but what should it resonate, or what should it mean to us, the exporters? What should our response be? Okay? So in brief, we are then not trying to go to the end, okay, to see how best you can navigate that thing, try to solve it, but then go deep and find the root cause and solve it. And in brief, that is what I will try to present today as we move on. So from Uganda National Bureau of Standards, it's a semi-autonomous agency under the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. And with our mandate, please, if you can go to the next slide, that is to first formulate standards. And I know many of you actually sit on those standards committee. UNBS does not write standards. UNBS is just a secretariat. The technical experts are actually you who come and sit and formulate these standards. Okay? So then UNBS puts up a platform where this standard should be harmonized to international requirements, so that once a good is certified and or tested here, then it can be recognized elsewhere, including test methods that are used to test these pesticide residues. Okay? So all those are done at the Bureau, and we have a number of them. Okay? Some of which we are going to talk about today, and others. So the second one is to promote these standards through certification. Okay? Certification is one of the ways the standards are promoted. We have two types of standards. There are standards that are mandatory or compulsory. Okay? And there are standards that are voluntary. A compulsory standard is more like a regulation. Okay? Just like the water you have on your tables, that water has a standard. The packaged drinking water standard, USES 153. So then it is checked and certified against that. That is a compulsory standard. You cannot manufacture water without it or without you complying to it. Then there are voluntary standards. And most interestingly, actually, these are the standards that we are requested or required to implement in the exporting countries. Okay? These standards are voluntary, but nowadays the language is changing. They are now voluntary mandatory. You're not implementing that standard, please don't come to my market. Okay? So some of them you can speak of the hazard analysis and critical control points, HACCP certification. You've heard of ISO 22000, the food safety management systems. You've heard of FSCC 22000. You've heard of global gap certification. So all those are private standards and they are not mandatory. Okay? But then you require that to access the market. So that's why I'm saying the language is now changing to voluntary mandatory standards. Please, if you can go to the next slide. So then there is this regulation that, as you've been hearing, effective January 2026. We are faced with this as Ugandan exporters, and we must navigate. Okay? So products that are targeted, capsicum, and then we have sesame. And the targets from the presentation we heard from Ms. Smith, pesticide residues and salmonella. Okay? The pesticide residues are in the capsicum, and then the salmonella in the sesame seeds. Look at the last figures there. The frequency of physical and identity checks, 20%. That is really high, and it's a big burden to the exporter. You can imagine. Okay? So, how did we get here? Should be the first question we need to ask ourselves. And that is the question I'm going to attempt to answer today, so that by the time we leave here, then we want to see solutions on how we are going to get a corrective action and solve the cause. Okay? The what? Are you hearing me? And solve the what? And solve the cause. Okay? So that is a big challenge, and for the capsicum, the target is the residues, but also there are other issues that we need to give attention. Next slide, please. So why do they say high risk? What has made this capsicum high risk, and what has made the sesame high risk? These contaminants and pathogens have been identified in them. Those are just examples. So I just wanted us to get it to the layman's language. That means that these products are highly associated with these contaminants and with those pathogens. So, and they are saying specifically these products from Uganda. Okay? You saw the other table? The table was extracted from the EU regulation. And it is specific that these products are from Uganda, not elsewhere. Are we together? So then the question is, why Uganda? That's where we are going next. Next slide, please. So what am I expected to do as an exporter in response to what is up there? We are saying that these these regulations or new requirements should not merely push you to think about that last inspection when the container is entering the UK, but rather what preventive food safety systems have you put in place to ensure that your products consistently meet those requirements? Because you don't get to the failed product immediately. There is something that causes that product to fail, and that is what we call a system. A system, I don't know, in the local language or in the simpler way to put it, it's the way of doing things. Okay? Because when I say system, you may think of something big and electronic. You get? It is the way of doing things. That pre-harvest interval you have not observed. You spray in the evening and you harvest at 8 p.m. Yet the drug is very clear. You need 3 days between applying the pesticide to harvesting to allow it time to break down. Okay? These are good manufacturing practices. You're handling sesame, the personnel are not medically examined. I carry Bacillus salmonella typhi, and when I sweat, that salmonella direct goes into the sesame. In the end, you have salmonella detected in the sesame. That is what they call a system. Okay? We are looking at things, packaging material. You find packaging materials in a store of sesame. People are sleeping on them, and the animals are in the same area. Droppings. Salmonella from the chicken droppings onto the bag, and the detection is done at the end. That is what we call a system. We want ourselves to shift from this UNBS Maife is going to look for me to getting to implement systems. Please, when I talk of a word system, don't say it is for the big guys. Even an MSME, you can implement a system, a food safety system, as basic as a good manufacturing practice, as basic as a good agronomical practice. Okay? So, let us go to the next slide. I've tried to just give a few examples of these, and I will try to digest on these as we reflect being an awareness session. Number one is traceability. The markets that we want to go to have a very big treasure on what we call traceability. What is traceability? We've been hearing about traceability since morning. Traceability in the basic language. Are you in position to link that finished product or chili to the farm? I will give you an example. Most of you are exporters here. It may be very difficult for you to get that 20-feet container of dried chili from one farm. Are we together? You're going to aggregate from 60 farmers. One of them sprayed yesterday, the other one sprayed 12 days ago, the other one sprayed 14 days ago. When there is an interception, how do you identify which of those farmers caused the failure? Are we together? That's why you notice that single source products are now becoming premium price, because there is control on traceability. Are we together? So, I wanted us to reflect on, if I have 40 suppliers of mine, am I able to link this 20-feet container to those 20 suppliers? Do I have a batch number? Which batch number carries at least a representation of a code from every supplier I got the chili? Am I able to trace that product? So if you cannot demonstrate traceability, nowadays we are certifying coffee farmers on ISO 22000. And I am privileged that I am an auditor of that same system. So a farmer tells you that now we are required to even attach GPS coordinates of the farms from which the coffee is being sourced as an attachment to accompany the container as it enters. That's how far traceability is going. So, what is your takeaway today? Have you implemented a traceability system? Have you established a traceability system in whatever you're doing? Can you trace that product back to the sources? Whether they are 100 farmers, whether they are 2, have you established a system to help you track that finished product backwards? It is not only backwards, also forward traceability. If I find your product out there, how can I know that this product belongs to this batch? Some of you even don't put batch numbers on your products. So then a complaint comes, you cannot even know that I got this chili from this farmer. You get? So it has two ways, forward traceability and backward traceability. Okay? Only if you have established this system. Don't just sit and say, now I have a batch number. Routinely, with requirements of ISO 22000 or HACCP, you're required to test this system oftenly. Don't wait for things to go bad that you have a recall. You get? Mock it and say, if now I try to test this container I am sending out today, can I find where I got these things from? So mock that system and see, now I am at 60%. I need this system to go to 100. You don't need magic to do that. You get? So that traceability system is built by you, and it may be different from the one I have, from the one she may have. You get? So build it and test it routinely for effectiveness. Ensure that you have these batch records, because a batch record is the magic of a traceability system. Okay? Next, please. Supplier performance. Inputs. Your finished product is as good as the input. If the inputs are contaminated, remember we are talking about a food safety system. Please don't go off track. I started with a system, and it is this system to help us close the gaps or the root cause of those failures and interceptions that you're seeing up there. Okay? These things are embedded in those standards I am talking about, like ISO 22000. I just really wanted to just give you a highlight so that then after here, you get to know where to start from. Even if you're a pack house, you have to implement these standards. Even if you're a farm, even if you're a distributor, even if you're a retailer, or even if you're in logistics, because things can go wrong at any time. You dispatch a container, you have tested it, but because the logistics or the container was contaminated prior, it loaded things that were contaminated with residues, even the product goes the same. You get? So it can happen along the chain, and you have to be responsible until when the products gets to the destination market. Okay? So, about the suppliers. Do you have a criteria in place to evaluate suppliers? What we call a criteria is, do you have a mechanism? Let's say if I come to you and I say, I have my chili, I want to supply you. What requirements must I fulfill before I bring to you? Is there a system in place that you must tick ABCDE? I must get records of pesticide application, fertilizer application, okay? I must have evidence that you use approved pesticides. You get? So, what is that checklist you use before you onboard this supplier? Are we together? How do you monitor the performance of this supplier? Oba when contract biba biwede. Tomorrow bring, I'm not available, I'm in Kampala, please deliver one truck. You get? How do you monitor the performance of this supplier after giving the contract? And all these are requirements. Actually, the standard goes ahead and says you must retain documented information as evidence of evaluation, monitoring of supplier performance. So then I have the assurance. That's why in the end, someone will tell you, I want a certificate of ISO 22000. Because he knows by that certificate, you have done some groundwork. You get? So, on suppliers, how do you communicate those requirements to your suppliers? How do they know that I want grade 2? I want sesame with this defect level. You get? How do they get to know those things? So we must intentionally look at who is our supplier, because that supplier will either result into an interception or not. You get? And they must know what your customer wants, because the customer is the boss. If you do not fulfill the requirements or you do not meet the customer expectation, you have no business. in the end. So you must pass on these requirements to the supplier. And the system has to be there to do that. Okay? Next. Non-conformances and customer complaints handling mechanisms. Many times you receive a call. By the time the container reached, things were starting to mold. And you keep quiet. How do you respond to complaints and non-conformances? Do you have mechanisms to identify what is failing and what is not failing? Even basic moisture content for those dealing in sesame. Do we have those devices that monitor moisture on ground? Because toxins don't just develop. It must be dry to a certain level. Are we together? Do we have those basic systems to identify what is passing and what is failing? Basic. On ground before we go ahead to think of the microbiology. Are they there? Do you have mechanisms to receive complaints? Or you receive a call and the guy tells you 20 bags were molded. How do I start even to investigate the complaint? What was the cause? You get? And this customer who has raised the complaint is a good customer. Someone who just keep quiet and it disappears. It doesn't bring business back. And that is the end. We took only once. You get? So then you must put these mechanisms of even forcefully getting feedback from them so that you know where to improve. Okay? All these form part of a system. Are we together? How do you ensure that this non-conformance that has occurred today does not happen tomorrow? Do you have mechanisms of putting corrective actions in place? Are we together? Next, please. Packaging. This is very interesting. Packaging today is not what you see alone. You see that glass bottle there? It's a form of packaging that is containing that water. Without it, it would spill. Are we together? Packaging today has gone further. For those of you that export vanilla, now you know that vacuum packaging is really very important. You even modify the atmosphere inside the pack. You reduce the oxygen so that you suffocate the yeast and molds. Because without oxygen, they can't survive. So you pull out all the air, you vacuum pack it. You're sure by the time it gets to the customer, the molds cannot grow and they are at the level you shipped that consignment at. I put for you a link there. You can see how vacuum packaging or modified atmosphere packaging, in particular vacuum packaging, can increase the shelf life of your product during transit. Are we together? And these equipment are not so expensive. So have you thought of modifying the packaging to ensure that your product is resilient to the transit or transport costs? Because the refrigerated container is very expensive. You get? So then you look at those conditions that you can utilize so that you can push the shelf life of this product during transit. Are we together? All these are components of a food safety system, remember. Okay? That has to be deliberate and intentionally established. Don't think of certification as the last thing. You come today, we have always received many. I have a contract to supply. I need a certificate in 4 days. How do you expect me to go and evaluate whether all these things are there? Please start by building the system. Certification comes at the end after all those efforts have been put in. And this is the only way we shall reduce those interceptions. You get? The testing will be done at the end and they'll tell you you have failed. What caused it? You don't know. Are we together? We must deliberately implement these systems or else it is out. Are we together? So packaging, have you looked at what type of packaging? Recently we got an exporter from Korea who was taking coffee beans. He had woven polypropylene bags and the exporter required him to prove that the bag is food grade. Chemical migration. The microplastics from the bag into the coffee. And he was required to do a chemical migration test. So have you found out what type of packaging is accepted in the destination country where you're taking it? Do they allow plastic? And what requirements should the plastic meet? What language should you label? They are dual countries like Canada, English and French. Have you taken care of the labeling requirements? Climate change is now coming in. They do not want some type of packaging materials in the country. Have you done research before you ship them in the Kakutia? You get? So all these coming around, and in the end, where are you getting these packaging materials from, Namav? Have you gone there to see what fumigation pesticides they use? You find they are using a pesticide to fumigate their facility where the bugs are coming from. And this is the thing that is causing you problems. The next thing you pack, because it is in direct contact with the product, you consume. The product will consume, and the results will be told. This is what we call a system. It should be deliberately established and implemented. The failure is just an outcome. Are we together? But then a lot has brought about that. Can we go to the next, please? I've talked about labeling. The ink alone, the ink that we use on these bags. You find some of it even shading in the container. Are we together? So the packaging, the printing quality alone, all these are things that can either allow your customer to come back or run away, or your consignment to be intercepted. Can we go to the next? This is now very interesting, our stores where we keep. Is that a good warehouse? Why? Can you please speak up? Is that a good warehouse? And why?
It has crevices which can have pests and other maybe rodents. And
very good. Yeah. That gentleman invested money in a warehouse. They constructed it properly. But he reached somewhere and he was like, I can't finish from here. Business has to go. And he's going to stock his sesame in there for the next shipment. Go to the next slide. Let us take a closer look. What is happening down there? Same warehouse. He has stacked the maize or the soya on the wall. Practices. That is a food safety system. So if your wall is here, please put 1.5 feet from the wall, and your pallet should start from here. Your pallet should start 1.5 feet from the wall. Do not stack on the wall. Are we together? Because then it will absorb moisture. And then the result will be that, and the product will be contaminated. Next. See, same warehouse, closer look. The old season is still there, and the infestation happened. He has brought the next season. The weevils will come direct from there into the new business. Go to the next. Please play. Tap in there. No, backwards. There is a video. Can it play? Yes, do. You can take an observation now. What is happening in there? He is actually incubating. It is starting with a structure. He built a warehouse. These are things we find when you call us for certification. You invest money in such a warehouse, but putting plaster alone is causing you losses into the commodity. And these we are going to export. You're incubating things there. Are we together? So please be deliberate. If you need support, seek out and ask someone, what are the requirements that a warehouse should do before you invest money in it? Remember, we are solving a root cause. Me, I've left the interception up there. Now what you have to do to get there? Are we together? Next. This is a small, an MSME deep down in Mubende. He's trying to get into an export market for his maize grain. He has tried his level best. The store is properly ventilated. He has put meshes. These grains, when you dry them and you keep them in a room that is not breathing, they will reabsorb moisture. and start molding. So don't think that it is a big person who can do them. A food safety system can be done even by a small person. Are we together? Put pallets on ground. Properly stack your commodity. Have natural light. A store that has darkness, rodents can easily infest. All these are components of a system. These are requirements in the standards that the exporters want you to implement so that they have assurance. Are we together? Next. So then, I will end there on the examples and the scenarios. What is UNBS doing then to help us access these markets? The last thing you should think of is certification. Before you think of certification, think about the previous discussion we have had. So what government has now done, for those of you who have been seeking global gap certifications, auditors have been coming from abroad, let's say from the UK, to come and certify your facility or farm for global gap. We are setting up that scheme with support from Trademark Africa. We have done some way. We have 5 farmers that we are piloting with that are actually going to get these certifications. Together with MAIF, this scheme is going to be run together by UNBS and MAIF. MAIF as the farmer assurers. It's a requirement. You must have a farmer assurer for you to have a global gap certification. And then on the other side, for purposes of impartiality, because a farmer assurer cannot be an auditor, because then you'll have a certificate that someone is closing an eye. So then together with MAIF and UNBS, we are setting up this scheme as you see under number 4, integrated farm assurance. These are the prerequisites that they are looking at. How many days do you spend between spraying and harvesting? You get? Do you have a store? Okay? What is the quality of the water you're using for irrigation? Most of us do FFV. But you look at the water we are using to spray from a stream where pesticides and these spray pumps are washed, pesticides are dumped there, cow dung is there, and you find salmonella and residue pesticides in your product. What is the quality of water that you're using to irrigate these chilies? Have you done some soil testing? You find somebody used to plant maize and they sprayed and the pesticide stayed there in the soil. Now for you bring your chili today, you plant, I want to export. The next day these things have absorbed and the chili is fading. Are we together? So these systems, we are trying to set up the certification. A certification is a third-party attestation that the system you have in place is in line with the requirements of the standard. So I give you a certificate. It is just a confirmation that the donkey work has been done by you down there. I just confirm. So certification is not implementing the system on the last day. It is confirming it. Are we together? Eh? So you must start. Government is now trying to bring the certification services closer. A lot of money invested in the auditors because we must give you a certificate internationally recognized so that it is not rejected. So then the auditors must be competently evaluated and declared competent so that the certificate that will be issued to you will be recognized and traceable. So we are offering already certification services. Some exporters actually here are certified on ISO 22000 for fruits and vegetables. You can visit our website and see who are there and who are not. They are populated in there. Okay? We have some of them. And actually, interestingly, even this hotel is certified. They are catering services on HACCP. Yes. That's how far people are investing in systems. So that I have assurance the food I've eaten on breakfast, that juice, you don't hear complaints. A lot of work goes in there. You get? So that you don't take a juice and the next time you hear, things are running around. You get? So, food safety systems. So, HACCP is also another scheme we have for all value chains. FSCC 22000 version 6, this is highly recognized by the British retailers. We are also setting this up. Actually, we have our first clients now. Okay, FSCC version 6. And then the laboratories are also accredited. Recently, through Trademark Steel, all those labs got accredited. Gulu, Mbarara, Mbale, to add the central lab. So at least now the services are nearer to the farm. So you'll not complain that I am carrying this shipment of chili from Gulu to Kampala. So for now, those are some of the schemes that are available. We are trying to go into also organic certification for the US. We have requests for coffee that is going to the US, organically. Those are the specialty products. Those are other schemes that we are venturing in, so that you don't have to ship an auditor from the UK to come in here at a cost that is very high. Okay? Next. So what are the key takeaways that we can get today as I conclude? You must build a robust food safety system in place. Please do not wait for things to happen at the end. We need to be proactive. Okay? You'll take that sample to Digal and they tell you it has failed. Then so what? Are you going to dispose the chili you have invested money in? Those are digits. It's money. So we must be deliberate and intentional. Okay? Number 2, we must use fit-for-purpose packaging material and labeling. We need to strengthen our traceability systems. Logistics, please don't load that container and sleep. Get to see time temperature monitoring indicators. They are very cheap, so that you know that during transit, this guy switched off the cold chain because he wanted to reserve the fuel. Then the time temperature indicator will change the color. By the time it reaches there from blue to red, so you know my chili, the guy switched off the SC. Are we together? So invest in these tracking devices to ensure that your product integrity is safe. Okay? Align your practices with basic practices. These PRPs come from the farm up to the end product, which is the catering. Have those systems in place. Seek for knowledge. And lastly, seek for certification from an accredited certification body. Don't buy certificates from briefcase CBs or certification bodies. I thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Another hand clap for UNBS. Thank you very much. I think that is mine. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for an educational presentation. I mean, after this, you cannot say that you do not know what the standards body is looking for when they come to audit you. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kefa Kuchana Kateu, who is the Chief Government Analyst at the Government Analytical Laboratory. Thank you for joining us, sir. And in the same vein, I would like us to now move into the questions and answers. I know that there's been some presentations. I will invite those who have presented to come forward, just to take the seats. And we have the questions. Fred, if we have some online, please do alert me so that we also answer their questions. Martin and David, please come here. You're on the spot now, so that we get to understand further the issues that you've been talking about. Maybe the middles, okay, because of the, okay, that's fine. I'll take questions, okay? Please go right ahead, a question, and then we'll do the answers. Remember that you are the one standing between yourselves and lunch.
Yes. Are we having someone from the Ministry of Agriculture?
Yes, please, in the afternoon session.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Donald Chen, and my question relates to mainly to what the ED pointed at the beginning, mm-hmm. that quality
is our currency. And it does not take all of us to destroy a great opportunity placed before us. Only one person can mess us up. My question is, how can we develop this culture of quality so that you don't need anyone else to police you, but you yourself take the responsibility? How can we reach to that point? What is government doing about it? What are the sector association doing about it? And what are at the producer organization level, what are we doing about it? So that we don't spoil such opportunity placed before us. Thank you.
How do we develop a culture of quality? I like that. So that you're not policed, you know? Right, we have a question there, or is it a comment? Good morning, good people. I recently shipped a consignment of fruits and vegetables, but sweet potatoes, which is a lower risk, was held for lab test, and it's still in. Don't you think holding fresh stuff longer poses risk to lose it, especially when it passes lab testing? Is there any way they can speed up the process of lab tests to save FFVs because they have short shelf life? This is Brighton, a student at Makerere University. How will DIGAL expand its MRL testing capacity to handle increasing sample volumes under the new UK 2025 regulations? That's it? Okay, thank you. We'll continue. Do you want to answer those, or we take more questions? Maybe we can answer those, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I will just start with the second one, the ways of saving FFV during testing. For me, I think that alone is not a solution. Like the Mrs. Smith, I think, from the UK presented, the idea should be in pre-export verification of conformity, so that you have the assurance that the product is actually safe and is conforming to requirements of the destination market before you ship it. Okay? I know the reason why maybe those potatoes were intercepted is because there is a reason to hold on them longer. You get? Because if it comes with a certificate that is traceable to a recognized lab by a competent authority, like she said, then there shouldn't be issues. Okay? Even when they hold to do the testing, I am certain that there are rapid methods that are coming in now. But the real root cause should really be before you ship, so that you do not have to take longer hours on the border. That is my thinking. How to develop a quality of culture? ISO 9001, the quality management systems. It's the 2015 version we have, but this year we shall have a 2026 version around September there. It's coming in. Has now explicitly come out with a specific clause on quality culture and how it can be built. When you hear of quality culture, it is not a monster up there. Like I've been saying, this is a way of doing things. You cultivate this. It's like behavior in a human being. It does not just come out and spill over. Those are symptoms seen as a result of something that has been coming up down there. You get? So, for me, I think we have the gold in our hand. We need to take a decision and say, this is the direction I want my organization to go. Start with basic things, personnel hygiene, cleanliness alone. Do medical examination for your personnel. That mandate is at local government, by the way. KCCA and the others. They test those pathogens that can pass from the person to the food, like salmonella, which they are looking at in Sesame now. Do you know the medical status of your personnel? So please, let us start small, and that culture will be cultivated. Thank you. David.
Yeah, thank you. I think you've hit the nail. But on the issue of potatoes being intercepted, I think they are not yet intercepted. They are simply held, long awaiting laboratory testing. The question would be, where are they held? Are they held in UK? I mean, in outside Uganda? And if they are yet, yes, they are held, why? Did you follow the right protocols to export your consignment? Did the competent authority approve your export? Because there are very many issues. Yes, this product is not yet in Annex 1, but you should also do the due diligence. Have you gone through the checklist that he mentioned? On the issue of, I think a student from Makerere was asking about how the lab can enhance laboratory capacity to cope up with the MRL. Yes, those are some of the strategic moves that the laboratories, of course, are taking hand in hand with the government. The government is procuring state-of-the-art equipment, because now the current equipment that we have, say the GCMS takes 40 minutes to analyze a sample. We want an equipment that will run only 15 minutes. We have the results. You bring your sample within 1 hour, 2 hours. We are telling you, yeah, you can go and harvest, awaiting approval of the report. Madam, I don't know, we could ask the Chief Government Chemist to supplement on how we can develop a culture of quality.
Mm-hmm. I actually wanted him to come in at the end as we wrap this. Okay? Do we have any more questions on this? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Buire from Rocky Fruits and Vegetables Limited. My question goes to the chemist from Digal. Earlier on this year, I had an experience with Digal, whereby through the inspector we took a sample. We're just doing an in-house check to see how, if at all, the chili wanted to ship was conforming to the MRO levels. However, to my surprise, it took over a week to get the lab results. So I just want to know why it took a week, and yet you've reliably informed us that it takes 2 days to have the results. So would there have been any, actually we tried reaching out to you, but they told us they're still testing. So, and I want to know the exact reason why that was that in the case.
Okay, we'll take another 2 questions and then we answer once. Yes, let's finish that side. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. I'm Dixon Odromadri from United Pearl Exporters Limited. We export horticultural products. My question goes to the chemist still. In his presentation, he said they face challenges of farmers taking samples in packages that make the samples be in a degraded form or lose the original state. I'm now asking, are there some containers or packages that you recommend or advise us to put our samples in so that by the time we present them, they're in good conditions for you to carry out your tests? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We'll go in the middle row.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sri Lakshmi for Sena Indo, coffee exporters we are. So this question is to UNBS. When you give the list of pesticides that we should not have all this, do you have any approved list of pesticides, organic pesticides, or do you advise anything on that part? Thank you.
Okay. I hope UNBS is not getting stray bullets again.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Winnie Kushava from Biofresh Limited. Now, I heard about agro inputs that have been banned, and surprisingly, it was a little pushed naive, but I think it's everyone's responsibility, though I want to really have a clarity in this, whether it should be UNBS to follow up with the recommended vendors or the retailers of the particular inputs, so that if they are banned, they are completely out of their stock. Because me, I have an experience when certain chemical was banned, and surprisingly, I found it in one of the agriculture shop. So should it really be naive, or it can be everyone's responsibility, especially to all the policymakers? Thank you.
I think going forward, as an institution, we need National Drug Authority in the room to speak to some of these. But I know even Maif will talk about this in the afternoon session. Yes, please.
Okay, I'll just stand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sharon. I'm from Sugar Greens. We export fresh fruits and vegetables to the EU. So my question actually goes to Digal. In his presentation, he said government had subsidized the testing for us exporters, and we should take advantage of that. And I think it's 350,000 per sample, but we have a situation where you have to source from several farmers. And for us as exporters, since all these farmers that are going to supply a specific consignment have to undergo testing, and of all these farmers, we have as exporters to incur that as a cost. So my question would be to the relevant authorities, how can we go about it? Because it is becoming very expensive for us as exporters to test over 10 farmers who are supposed to supply you a specific consignment, and every time they require that we test. So we are asking who is going to be responsible for that, and how can they ensure that we who want to export and promote trade are working in an environment that is not stressful and also eating on our small margins.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is clear. I think we'll answer those. Right, we'll answer those, and our chief government chemist will conclude this session as we head for lunch. Digar, I think you had more questions. Yes. They're all his. No, I think I had something for you.
Yeah, thank you. For KK Foods, it is indeed unfortunate that it took you a week to get your report. But like I said, it takes 1 to 2 days for us to do the analysis and furnish you with the report. Though sometimes, what we are doing, laboratory work is not rocket science. Machines can break down. Like you can analyze a sample and then you get some results that are not convincing. You have to do a repeat analysis. So these are some of the challenges that practically we face at the laboratory. And indeed, they could derail, affect our turnaround time. It is really unfortunate that it happened, but the chief government chemist is here, and I think he has also noted that. Thank you. The second one was from a colleague, how, packaging of samples. Yeah, the sampling, is sampling of samples to the laboratory is done according to a standard. You know, for the pesticide residue, it is according to the Sante document. But I'm very sure that MAIF, because like I said, the body responsible for sampling, delivery of samples, receiving a report is MAIF. It is not you. Though, because of some issues, they have designated you, the farmers and the exporters, to do the sampling. I'm aware of that. And I think, Mr. Baguma, you'll bear me witness. You were among the people who trained the farmers and the exporters. Though we know, in quotes, that it is MAIF to do the sampling. So the training, everything is done by MAIF. If you need a refresher training on the Sante document, Mr. Baguma, I think you need to collaborate with MAIF that you initiate another training for our farmers and exporters on how they can sample, package, and deliver a sample appropriately to the laboratory. But in the nutshell, a sample should be packaged well, say in, if it is in a polythene bag, you should also put it in a cool box, so that the temperature is maintained. The sample maybe is kept at -20, I mean, until it is received at the lab. Yeah, but I think MAIF is also online. They will take up on this. Then agro inputs that have been banned. Yeah, at DIGAL, of course, the responsible body for agrochemicals is still MAIF. For us, as DIGAL, we provide the testing services to those agrochemicals to identify the active ingredient, that is one, but also to provide the assay, how much of this active ingredient is present in this formulation. So we furnish this information to MAIF, and then they proceed with registration. The issue is, what of these chemicals that have been banned being on the market? It is still MAIF. MAIF does the surveillance of, market surveillance. We test these samples, but how do they come on the market? I'm thinking some of them come here through a least trade. We have porous borders. But also you need also to note that some of these agrochemicals are not only used in crop husbandry. Some of them are being used on animal husbandry. So the farmers, the population is misusing some of these agrochemicals, like chlorpyrifos. A mixture of chlorpyrifos and cypermethrin is used on animals to kill ticks. But you will find a farmer spraying maize or chili with this formulation. So also misuse of chemicals that are banned for a specific crop or a specific product, but allowed to be used on another product.
Speak to the high cost.
Yes. Then the high cost, this the chief government will talk about this.
You're dodging that one, to the big man. Okay.
I wanted to add something on the banned chemicals. You remember when I was talking of suppliers and inputs? When you have a system in place, those are things you must look out for proactively. Before you buy that chemical, they are not donating it to you. Take effort to find out, is it recommended? That is a system Government is there, and also those that smuggle are there. You understand? Do you just use everything they bring you? So everyone has to do their role. Are we together? So
Maybe
find out what is
because we
permitted
don't
and what
know.
is not. Probably.
Because we don't know. So is that information out there?
That one I
for
may
us
not
to know
speak
which-
to it actually, but then I think we need to do better, for sure.
Okay.
Yes, the list of, I think there is a lady who asked on something, the list of approved pesticides.
Approved pesticides,
Yeah,
yes.
I think really I do not have the capacity to speak
I think
to
Maif will speak to this. Again, these are some questions that we are going to reserve for the afternoon session, unless the Chief Government Chemist has a comment on that. Sir, we invite you to speak to us as you conclude this particular session. Specifically, I think David wanted you to speak about the culture of quality. How do we develop the culture of quality? But also the issue of the high cost of sample testing and any other issue that you might think that the room will benefit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Sorry I came in late, but my colleague was here earlier. We had another engagement with court. As we were told, my name is Kefa Kuchana Kateu. I'm the Chief Government Chemist, the team leader of Government Analytical Laboratories under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The issue of, I think it is my brother Yeo Cheng, about the culture, our quality culture. I think this is the, if you go to some outside countries and somebody throws a rubbish, they look at you as an outcast. If you go to, I think, a country like Germany and your car is spewing smoke, everybody on the street will run away. I think it is our mindset as a country, as a society, as a community, is what drives us. So we need to build our culture values right from when we are still young. That we can create a mindset which now values quality as an aspect of life. For us, yes, we can even go, somebody can go and say, no, you, chija kunkolera. That kind of mindset is the one which is leading us to compromise on the issues of quality. The other one is an aspect of leadership. I think when we were growing up, leadership played a very big role in terms of sanitation. Do you have a latrine? Do you smoke it? Do you have a katandalo? Do you wash your utensils and put them in the sun, that they are sanitized by the sun rays? Those small things which we were growing up, which have, over time, they have not found root in some of our new generations. Integrity and commitment. So I think it is us now to go back to the drawing board and see what we can now associate ourselves as a society or as a community in terms of quality. On the issue of prices, yes, the prices which we charge at the government analytical laboratory are the prices which government has set. Every financial year, government produces a list of prices from various MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, and we charge those prices which have already been gazetted. But when you compare our prices and the prices from outside, maybe private, even the neighboring countries, our prices are very, very, very low. The only thing which we should do, see, I think one time, my brother from the free export zone engaged me and said, you are charging us a lot of money. We are not supporting export drive. The competitiveness of our products is at stake. Then I said, I think, yes, my brother, can we engage the higher authorities, Minister of Finance, and the other policymakers, that we can now talk on behalf of the small-scale farmers and exporters, that we can now subsidize. Some time back, we had a program, I think it was being supported by the EU, where through the Apex associations, they could submit some of the products for testing, and they are paid, and by that through that program. But I don't know that that one can still be explored. On the issue of, I think packaging, yes, it has been handled by David, but packaging plays a very big role, because you must be truthful and we must test what is on the product without compromise. Now, if you bring your tomatoes and you have washed them, if you bring your avocado and you have washed them, if you bring your apples, you know, apples, they could be smeared with some greasy, something to prevent desiccation, to prevent water loss, yet you have applied on the lot which you leave behind. So it gives us erroneous results. So I think we go back to the truthfulness. Because when our products are intercepted in the foreign markets, of course we lose, and you lose, and the country loses. On the approved list, I think I've seen my sister here from agriculture, but what I know is that one is under the Agricultural Chemical Board, under the Ministry of Agriculture. They have got approved lists of approved plant protection products which are allowed in the country. But also, you know that everybody can come inside here through our porous borders or not inspected. And they can come inside with unauthorized molecules which you find on the market. So that is where we have a problem. You may see that the approved list is having some of these products, some of the approved molecules within the country or products. But in your testing, you find another contaminant which is not on our list. So those are some of the challenges which we may have. But I think my sister from Maif can give us. The other one is about the government has deliberately, I can say this, government has deliberately capacitated the analytical laboratory. We have got the state-of-the-art equipment right now. And what Mtendo was saying is that the equipment which we had could take a long time. The test run could take a long time. But with the new equipment which we want to acquire, and some of them like for heavy metals, ICP, SMS, we have got 2 of them, state-of-the-art. I think we can give the results in the shortest time possible. I think those are the few things which I captured. If there's anything, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Round of applause to our team. And as is the UFZEPA culture, may I request us to award our people something small from our hearts to you. And then we'll take a picture here with the executive director as we close this session. I don't know if ED has something to say to crown this off as we head for lunch. And when you're done with your remarks, sir, you will please award these people something from us.
Thank you, Doreen. I'm really very, very appreciative of the level of engagement that we are having. And I will be doing this more often, because we can't do this alone. We have to do it together, together with those who are not here, but who will be joining us in the subsequent engagements. I like the presentations, very in-depth. Thank you, UNBS. Thank you, Digal. And thank you, Doreen, for moderating the session very well. We look forward to the discussions after lunch, and then we'll be able to generate a report and share it and see actions. In my thinking, the table where I'm seated, I was thinking that maybe we need to think more deeply about the things that are really coming up. The chemicals, who is regulating them. We have an agricultural chemical board. I think it's not in the room, but there is somebody from Ministry of Agriculture. UNBS is here. We need the exporters. We need to do this together. You know, it's a war. It's a war. After security and defense, the next frontier is trade. And this is not just a cliche. It is something that we mean, and we will do. We will fight this war together. Our country must rise. Our country must shine. We must get to the top. Thank you very much. So, because of the
Okay. Okay, that's Mark. Mark is a perfectionist when it comes to content creation. Mark Wadulo is with the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Thank you, Mark, for that. And a round of applause for everyone that has participated in this session since morning till now. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. We shall go out, take your left turn down the stairs to Paradise Restaurant. I wish to say another round of applause to Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We want to thank the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We want to thank the Directorate of Government Lab Services. We wish to thank all the associations, private sector associations in the room. We want to thank Siatini for being with us today. Thank you very much, everyone. May we have lunch and we return at 2:10. 10 minutes past 2. I can assure you that the afternoon session will be even better. We'll have the Ministry of Agriculture talk to us about export inspection and phytosanitary certification. You cannot afford to miss that. Understanding the market access requirements. I will hand you over to my colleague, John Rwede, who will take us through the afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to John Rwede, who will be with us in the afternoon session. For now, thank you very much and bon appetit.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder, we shall be resuming our session in 1 hour's time. We shall be resuming our session in 1 hour's time. So for our colleagues online, please take note that the next session will start within 1 hour's time from now. Thank you very much.
That's okay. Ngayogera ngali siri. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good break, a lunch break, and the lunch was good. And I think we should thank the team that has done us good by giving us that lunch. So thank you very much to the Ufuzepa team and the British High Commission. So ladies and gentlemen, as I had promised that I would be starting at 2:30, which brings the 1 hour break to an end. So I request that we give ourselves another 8 minutes as the rest of our colleagues come in. Then we can get into the next presentation. So our colleagues online, thank you very much for bearing with us through this 1 hour break. So we are back and we shall be starting in the next 8 minutes. Once again, my name is John Bosco Luere, Manager Export Development at Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority. And I'll be taking over from my colleague, Mrs. Doreen, who took us through the morning. It's quite unfortunate that you're going to have to bear with my host, Masicholin voice in the afternoon, yet in the morning you had a very good, sweet and feminine voice, but that's how it is. So thank you very much, colleagues. Let's give ourselves another 8 minutes and we shall get started. Thank you very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you very much for keeping time. The entire morning, we've been talking about compliance. We've been talking about systems. We've been talking about quality management. So we've been talking about the new or the revised protocol. So it's been quite an insightful morning. However, there is one special person who's been in the room listening in on all these discussions. Okay, and I know everybody in this room is waiting to hear from them. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to introduce and call upon the Commissioner from Ministry of Agriculture, the Plant Protection Office, to give us her presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Commissioner. So the floor is yours. You want the mobile one?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the fruits and vegetables. Yeah. My name is Efrance Tumuvoine, and I work for Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and my specialization is pathology, entomology, although those terms are like quite hard, big, but it is specifically plant health. Plant health in terms of protecting it and also controlling pests and diseases. And when you see export inspection and phytosanitary certification, you come from the background that we have to protect plants, plant products from pests and diseases. But it is not the only requirement in export business. Export meaning movement of plants and plant products across borders. There are other markets which require global gap certification. There are other markets who require organic certification. There are those markets who emphasize food safety. But standing here as government have roles making sure we protect our territory, our agriculture, our people from harmful organisms, ensuring their health and the like. And that's why we stand here to regulate how fruits and vegetables are moved, because where they are going, there is agriculture taking place, and they have to protect their environment and their crops and everything. So, from the title, you see that it is Horticulture and Sesame. And why we have stringent requirements in this is that if you exported capsicum and it has a pest, in a short time, it will access the other side. That's why we call them high risk. And we know we export them fresh, and that freshness means even the pests and diseases survive in those fresh produce. Briefly about pesticides. I always encourage ourselves to understand what pesticides are before we criminalize them. The manufacturers, when they produce a pesticide, they put a period when it should be applied, how long you should take before you harvest what you have sprayed, and also they are specific for certain pests and diseases. Now, if you have an insect that eats the leaves, that means you can see it and say this is a pest, and you need a knockdown pesticide to kill it. But there are those that are inside the produce that you apply today, it has to go through the system in order to kill the pests. So make sure you follow the harvest interval you've been given. Now, capsicum you harvest once a week, an assumption. And you are applying a pesticide that will decompose in 21 days. And you are supposed to harvest in a week, meaning by the time you harvest, the pesticide has not degraded. And you'll have pesticide residues. Basically that. You asked about banned. Why do we ban pesticides? We ban them for use in a crop that has a short period between harvest and application and harvest. So when you have a chemical that needs 21 days, we shall ban it for use in a crop which you harvest in 3 days. So that is what we call banning. But you cannot say, let it not come into the country. No. If a crop has a problem and it needs to be controlled in 21 days before you harvest it for consumption, then we allow you to use it. But another reason why we ban is its persistence in the environment. Because you need bees, you need these other beneficial organisms. Therefore, you don't have to kill them. Pests that persist in the environment are also supposed to be banned. But why do they persist in our market? It's because we don't know how to use them. Meaning, the organizers of this workshop, we need to organize a workshop where we are handling safe use. And those are the details that you will get. So, back to my presentation. I'm going to talk about export inspection and phytosanitary certification. Phytosanitary means plant health, basically. Don't bite your tongue. It is just plant health. And the outline is I'm going to look at the introduction to those requirements. And then I look at international market demands, coming from the fact that as a government, we need to protect each other, our agriculture, our people, our environment from harmful organisms. That's why we say market demands. And then I will go through the certification system, look at the challenges and best practices, look at the trends, and then I will end. So, introduction to export and phytosanitary requirements. These are plant health requirements. Now, Ministry of Trade, there is an organization called World Trade Organization. Uganda is a contracting party to WTO since 1995. And there is this sanitary and phytosanitary agreement which helps us to use science as we make decisions, make sure you avoid disputes. If you have to talk, like now we are in negotiation with China market, there is a system under that agreement that helps us to sit and agree. And as some of you know, we are in the process of negotiating that market. and we have several protocols that have been signed off. So that bilateral is guided by the agreement in SPS. So another importance of this is to ensure that products meet international health and safety standards. Safety standards is like you have applied a pesticide and the residues are higher, that means that product is not safe. And then as you have these documentations and the system has been in place, then entry and crossing borders becomes very easy. But the most important is to make sure we mitigate, we prevent the spread of pests and diseases. This was a training. I want to ask someone, what pest do you know? It says false cod ring moth. SM impacts. Which pest do you know? Fruit flies. So we make sure we prevent the spread of pests. I was in a meeting the other day with avocado industry, and we have a pest called Passia mite. This pest destroys house avocado, and it has been in Kenya and Ethiopia. And meaning movement of these plants and avocados have brought it here. But for us, we have not yet recorded, but the farmers have a problem already. So we need to come in. Next time you want to trade with China, they will ask you, tell us how you are preventing or you are protecting your crops against that pest. If we speak about desert locust, would you consider it here? Yes or no? You'll get me, and why? Because we are dealing with only those pests that we have established that they can move with these commodities. A pest that flies across borders, like the birds that eat rice, are not regulated here. So we establish that if China says now you have desert locust, we don't want to trade with you, then we go to the dispute settlement and say that pest is not associated with any of the commodities we are trading in. And also, UK was telling us reputation of Uganda. We keep shifting from annex what, annex this. We are spoiling our reputation. If we have a system that regulates these matters, we can be able to retain our reputation, and our consumers will be confident. Next. Now, as Uganda, we are a party to an international convention, and that is the Plant Health Convention, called International Plant Protection Convention. This sets standards. Even the phytosanitary certification is a standard which we follow. So if you come across any cargo consignment crossing borders, you'll find them with a certificate, and it's called phytosanitary certificate, and it has an international model. So everywhere you go, you'll find that document, and it's from that convention. And every year we go and discuss standards, and some of you will hear systems approach and all that. Those are international standards that are made at that level. I talked about the SPS agreement, where here you set rules. There is transparency. Document whatever you are doing. Do risk assessment. Don't just regulate trade arbitrarily. And all that is in the SPS agreement, and we follow that. And then there are national rules, regulations, like you hear Plant Health and Protection Act and the attendant regulations. All that stemming from up to down, and then every consignment, every plant moving, even if it's one seed, you need to have a documentation. And this is what we call a official phytosanitary certificate verifying compliance to the standards of the importing country. In most cases, a trader comes, I want to take to China goods worth 20 million shillings. I say, okay. For the businessman, 20 million US dollars is too much. It's a lot of money. But where you are taking it, we are saying, no. Do you comply? Do you have requirements of that market you are going to? And remember, these are plant health requirements. So that's how we follow, from international to national, and then to the documentation that are required to show that you are going through all that. Next. So international market demands, what are they? We are saying Uganda, Kenya, China, India have sat based on the international rules and set their standards, plant health standards, for which certain commodities could access their market. Recently, those of you who export jinga, UK has said, unless Uganda establishes that they don't have this pest, could be having now our inspectors checking, and they are saying, jinga, to access this UK, it has to go through certain requirements. And every other day we get new requirements, and these are set based on science, and they are not negotiable. What do I mean by saying non-negotiable? Because there's evidence as to why this standard was established. And then, through analysis, we analyze and give permission to import. And we make sure that once you fulfill this, you will not have delays, you don't have rejections at the borders, because analysis will have been done. But what we've been seeing that someone said they are going to export mangoes. Neba kukusaya akakugu akentula. It is not on the document. So your consignment is liable to rejection because an import permit says you are going to take Intula, and then you find yourself taking something else. And these must follow trade agreements. And what we lack in most cases is ethics. Yeah? Ethics. You know, I think maybe it is spiritual, because I understand some of these things in a spiritual perspective. Why would you do a wrong thing when you know something right? What do you lose doing something right? So you have to have some ethics, be trustworthy, make sure if you say you are going to harvest 1 ton from this garden and you find an order of 5 tons, then you tell us, oh no, I have this code, I got 100 boxes, when we actually know that this garden gives you 5. Ethics, you have failed. So, let's go into specifics. Certification process. You know, I cannot be walking in Nakasero and think that my friend here wants to export. Yeah? You have to submit. You have to tell me that, you know, I have these goods. I'm taking them somewhere, and I'm growing them here. That's why our inspectors, you can pass with your lorries wherever, as long as you have not asked them anything through a submission. Normally, if, like we said, do you know the requirements of the destination market? If it requires that you do field inspection, then our inspectors have to do that. Remember, some commodities, they say, do exit point inspection. And then you see our farmers, our inspectors saying, now we want to go to your garden. How much do they charge you for going to their garden? Noreen, do you farm? Yes? We need an energizer. Am I boring you? Huh? So why are you agreeing with me? No, that's just for you. Because I do that so that people come awake. Otherwise, if I start my Bible story, you will sleep. Then, documents are very, very important. Yeah? Show me your import permit. And if the import permit says you need to establish where this product was grown, I'll follow that. If it says, now you inspect when you are presented with this commodity, I will do that. So that at least you know you are fulfilling the requirements of the market. And then there is physical inspection and sampling. Normally we don't do 100% inspection. Because if you did farm assessments and inspections, you have to get a sample so that at least you inspect or do laboratory analysis if it is required. Mark if required. Someone was mentioning sweet potato. Which market was it? Normally, the stringency comes if, for example, the country you are trading with grows the same commodity with you. But for sure, does UK grow sweet potatoes? Huh? So I think that was arbitrary, holding someone's shipment because you want to test sweet potatoes. It has to be known from the import permit. Please, when you are trading, look at the documents and also understand why you are being regulated strictly like that. Next. Now, these documents are very, very important. You may look at commercial invoices and think that that is not a plant health issue, but it is very, very important. Then we have application forms to make sure we are able to identify who is exporting. We have to look at the packing list. As I said, most of you mugatako obugugu buli obutono. And when it reaches, it is not reflected on the document. And you know what happens? It is intercepted. So please, when you have a packing list, make sure you put everything on that packing list. And then import permits. Some countries don't give import permits. Which ones are those? Which countries do you trade with and they don't give import permits? Sugar greens. Where do you base yourself to trade with EU? or UK? What I'm saying that an import permit may not be hard paper or shared between countries. It may indicate import conditions on their website. That is also an import permit. Yeah? So you need to have that document. He was saying for sesame, you have to indicate testing, even capsicum. That one for EU, don't find it in a document, that import permit. But you can get those requirements on their website. That is an advancement for some countries. But some countries, you have to carry a document to show the inspector who is going to inspect your good before they go. But our inspectors also have a way of looking at the import requirements, not necessarily an import permit, and they are able to respond. So if you don't understand, like I said, many of us don't have ethics. They may ask you to facilitate them to go to the field, and yet the consignment says, inspect at the border. That is the importance of that. Make sure trade is faster, because we are trading with perishables, no delays. Next. So all is not a bed of roses. There are challenges. Logistics. One day, somebody shipped a container of avocado to EU. And he collected avocado from 45 farms. And probably one was in Chenjojo, another one in Busoga, another one in Gulu. Those ones. Those are hurdles. Infrastructure. I one time was looking for sweet potato. I had to cross a river to get the sweet potatoes. Potholes are all over the place. And yet, our commodity, once you harvest it, it starts dying. Those are the hurdles, customs procedures. That was our food at lunchtime. E-freeze, assessments, and all that. And another hurdle is regulatory compliance issues. Rejections have become rejections. Someone shared with me they lost 10,000 pounds. How much money is that? My friends there, they know how your head can roll when you lose 10,000 pounds, just like that. My other friend lost 20,000 USD, just like that. So non-compliance is not taken easily. It leads to financial losses. Some of you start trading with mafias. You ship once, you are paid. Second, you are paid. Third, I shift to Noreen. I pay her twice. The other three, you'll not see me. I jumped someone else. And those are the challenges. So that's why when you are trading, it's the system. You need these logistics, you need customs, you need everybody. And you cannot be everywhere all the time. Best practices, invest in continuous training of staff, have internal quality management systems. By the way, I want to announce that in Uganda we have an association of quality champions. Some of you who don't have quality systems, look for those guys, they will help you at a small fee. Utilize digital platforms, communication, collaboration. Don't sit and say, I know the whole chain of export. Ask those who have experience. I want to mention something here. I don't want anybody to be offended. But as you're doing the export and guiding export, don't take chances. Don't exploit weaknesses of some of your members. Why? Because science does not deceive. If you make a shortcut and a pest is found in this commodity and I lose my money, some of you believe in heaven. So, you survive today and you think you are done with that, but it follows you. Next. Trends. We need to have information exchange. You know, in CIC, things are different now, real time. Things are getting digital. You can even sit on your desk, apply for a phyto. And if you understand the requirements, you just take your commodity for exit inspection and you're done. Application processes, get someone to do all this because time is a factor. Transparency, and then I want to talk about traceability. We have an issue with traceability. Like I said, if you are going to have a container of avocado and you are going to get it from 45 farmers, are you able to get codes for all those 45 farmers? Or you'll get one for SM Impex, code AA. So when the interception comes, you will not even know that this avocado that got a problem was from Gulu. So I think we need to have a way of either encouraging production on a large scale, but something has to be done. Data accuracy, integrity, minimize human error, and potential for fraud. Fraud. I think Noreen has had several complaints where someone gets somebody's goods, pays once, the 3 shipments will not be paid, and you cannot trace this person. That is an issue. Much as you have met all these requirements, but that one can throw you out of business. So, with those few pieces of information, how do we sustain these practices? Reduce waste generation. That one can be trained to you by the quality champions I talked about. Then we need to implement eco-friendly methodologies. You know, as we harvest these produce and test and find pesticide residues, you don't know how many organisms have died in the environment. And then after some time, you find even what you've been getting from a small area, you can no longer get, meaning there is a lot of impact. And like I said, application of pesticides has no evil in it at all, as long as you follow what is written on the label. Then we need to promote responsible management through the supply chain. Why I'm saying this is that sometimes you want to shorten your supply chain, not knowing someone is losing out along the way. And we need to adhere to international environmental regulations to ensure global trade compliance. I said, if you are producing by Global Gap, if you are producing organically, you get high amounts of money, although the productivity is low, but that premium price helps you to sustain the environment and also get some good money. So as we do plant health, this one comes in because when we have less of the insect and disease interceptions, we see a rise in pesticide residues. If I may ask, when I'm talking to people, it's good the ED is not here, so I can whip my students. And everybody goes to their phones. Artificial intelligence, TikTok. You know, as a regulator, you'll find me. No, I'm not harassing you, but it's a bad habit. It's a bad habit. Next. Yes? Searching what? I've not asked you to search. I've not asked you to search for anything. So thank you very much for being attentive. And I look forward to questions and answers. I may not have all the answers.
So another round of applause for Madam Commissioner. And Madam Commissioner, I request that you take a seat. Yeah, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the regulator. She has laid the facts before you. I know you have questions arising out of the information that has been presented. You may also have questions that came up during the previous presentations in the morning. Questions that were more, let me use, for lack of a better word, suitable for Ministry of Agriculture to answer. So this is the time now. So questions, please, for Madam Commissioner. Fred, you help me check online. If there are any questions online, please alert me. So please, the first question.
Thank you, Madam, for your presentation. My name is Henry. Earlier on, there came an issue when we still had those two ladies presenting virtually about the authorized inspector or laboratory to check for quality. And if I heard that Mzungu lady well, she pointed at a government authority. In our local speak here, we refer to you as NPPO. Please tell us, is it you to know who is authorized? Because as far as my experience is in exports, governments prefer dealing with governments. And as far as we are concerned here, you are government. Can you please clarify on what your role is as an NPPO or as NPPO or as an authorized representative of government when it comes to exportation of fresh fruits and vegetables? Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Next question here.
My question is related to sampling testing cost. In the morning session, we had an issue around that. I'm trying to test my ideas. Suppose I have a supply chain of 200 farmers, and I decide to structure them into aggregation centers. in terms of having, say, like 50 or 40 farmers as producer organization. And then I subject each of these producer organizations to some standard and procedures, which is uniform for all of them, to make sure that their output comes out and align with some degree of standards. Then in terms of choosing the samples, can I then choose 4 or 5 samples from this farmer aggregation group for testing, instead of going to pick samples from each and every farmer?
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have another question? Yes, one at the back. So I think I'll take 3. She responds, and then we take another round. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Efrans, Commissioner. Mine is a question, but also a request. Can we have she talked about information exchange. Now, can we have like a central hub where farmers can access this information? For example, a website, an app, a radio station, a TV, which is based on regional settings. Let's say Western Uganda, they have their radio program. Not just a dedicated program, but a TV station or a radio station to help farmers.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll ask Madam Commissioner to please answer those as we wait for others.
Thank you, Henry, for the question about authorized. In my presentation, you saw something like International Plant Protection Convention. The International Plant Protection Convention gives the guidelines as to who is supposed to be the regulator authorized. Like for Uganda, we became a contracting party to this organization in 2007. And we designated crop protection by then to become the authorized organization, which we call NPPO. Later in 2016, we changed the law and designated CIC, Inspection and Certification, as an NPPO. And all this you do should be based on a law and should be communicated to IPPC. At IPPC, all the contracting parties called NPPOs, they sit once a year. We call it Commission for Phytosanitary Measures, right? And to access that, you must be a designated NPPO. When you look at UK, you find it is different. And if you go to the IPPC website, you'll find all those designated NPPO. So meaning, even when we are doing certification, you have to specify which NPPO. You cannot say today is Ministry of Trade, tomorrow Ministry of Agriculture, the other day crop production and pests. No, you have to have designated that entity and communicated it to the international community. Now, in there, what guides us are the standards. You call them international standards for phytosanitary measures. So they are processed. There's a way they go through a standard, develop it, and then is adopted. So countries can adopt those standards depending on the environment they are working in. As I talk, there are 48 standards and other for diagnostics, many of them. But you find Uganda, because of what we trade in, we extracted maybe like 10. And one of them is phytosanitary certification. And that's standard number 2. Then 11, then 20 something. And also I said that everything you do must be justified. So there's a standard that helps us to assess risks. And none other than the NPPO does risk analysis and issue import conditions. This must be scientifically justified. So authorization comes from the top, then it's supported by legal framework at national level, and every other time, like now we have inspectors. Not all the officers in MAIF are called inspectors. No, they are those authorized by law to do inspection. So in the law, you put powers of the inspector. An inspector can shut you down as long as they find non-compliance and they have to justify. But I want you to help them. You may be more advanced in knowing what science they are regulating. Some of them are just new entrants, but we keep training them. So I hope Henry have answered you.
Sorry, it's a rejoinder to that or a new question? Okay.
In the morning we had a scenario here, and I think that's where he was coming from. It was specific on testing. I think that was Smith in the morning. She was saying that the competent authority, which is MAIF now, the NPPO, when it comes to testing, there's a gentleman there who raised a complaint that they are required to submit samples to Eurofins in the UK. And only if they have those testing results, they can be permitted. So the framework is there, like you've explained the SPS. You have granted them a phytosanitary against results that are locally issued from a lab that you, the competent authority, have recognized. Okay? So the recognition was in the sense of the lab. The competent authority has recognized the lab. Then the question was, why would an importer the other side again ask for another layer of analysis? So the question was, I think around there in particular, not contesting the powers of who can issue a phytosanitary.
You see, some competent authorities have to do sanitary and phytosanitary. But in Uganda, if you look at CIC, crop inspection and certification, the phytosanitary part is stronger legally and even technically. But when you look at the sanitary issue, we are hiding under UNBS, we are hiding under where. But then, since it is on the plant and we regulate agrochemicals, we have taken on that role. But the upcoming Food and Agriculture Authority should be able to streamline that, and it should be communicated that it is not phytosanitary and quarantine services that should be asked to say, okay, these products are safe for human consumption. Actually, if you state human consumption on a phytosanitary certificate, you are off. So we need a system. And because they understand that our system is not proper, is not even legally bound, that's why they don't trust us. I put reputational issues, so they have to confirm whether what we did is right. But we are trying to make sure, to show them that, you know, we are ESC enough, we are transparent enough, but there is an organization issue that we need to handle. If it is a competent authority for food safety is UNBS, can you do all that? So just that we receive from you before we certify for plant health. But we are doing it Because even in UNB system, you don't have it. And every notification that comes to CIC. So we are forced to make sure we do it, but because we are not yet trusted very much, that's why they do a second test.
Point comes out for me because I think last year, for those who are into maize export, there's something that is being piloted where you cannot be issued a phytosanitary certificate before you have a Q mark. You get? So I think now it is driving to the point you're talking about. So probably there is some sort of a legal framework gap which now comes out more vividly, like you have explained. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me respond to the other one. Testing, uniformity. Do you think we can achieve uniformity if you have 100 farmers growing capsicum and you are the overall manager of the 100 farmers? Do you think it is easy to have uniformity? Definitely, even the agreements you make with the farmers are not, in most cases, if someone adds me a shilling, I'll give them. So ethics, right? But if it is possible that you can demonstrate uniformity, sir, you can get primary samples from all those, put it together, get a representative sample, and it is tested. Scientifically, it is possible. Achieving it is a challenge. And then information exchange on a website. In MAIF, if you look at the MAIF website, those informations are there. But we don't want to assume that everybody can access information and understand it when it is put on the website. So I think export youth is ZEPA. You can add that as your performance indicator. Make sure those pieces of information can easily be accessed and understood. But for us, we shall still write technical, but for you, you can simplify. If you need our assistance, we can always support, so that at least even the lay person can understand. And also, if that information is available, then space can be got on television and radios to have that information. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. How many questions do we have? In the interest of time, I think I'll take that as the last question, then we move on. So please.
Thank you so much. There is something I want to clarify. There is a statement you made, I don't know whether I got it right. You said application of pesticides has no harm. Is it right? Before I continue.
As long as you do it well.
One thing I'm not getting clearly here is whether we are looking at the organic bit of it, or we are looking at just export, like in general. Because when you try to look at the organic part of farming, the use of pesticides is not allowed anywhere unless if it is natural. So when you say pesticides are allowed and they don't have a harm, and you're speaking maybe to somebody who's planning to do organic like export, then it's a little bit confusing when you try to show that maybe you're in support of use of pesticides. So I think we need to clarify about that, because there are those pesticides that when you go to the EU regulation or to the UK regulation, there are those that are allowed to be used if you're doing organic export. And there are those that are not allowed to be used, no matter the timeline. Secondly, I would like to add on the issue of uniformity. Uniformity when it comes to collecting samples, maybe from the 100 farmers or how many farmers, I think it is very possible based on how the model you have set up with your farmer groups. It is very possible because I'll give an example. At Outspan, we are working with 1,500 farmers in cocoa and 1,300 farmers in sesame and chilies. But we have not got any challenges of maybe the samples that have been picked, maybe they're not uniform or what. So it depends on the module that you have set up from the farmer ground to the time where you're purchasing that product and then putting it in your warehouse. And it depends, it comes back to the government laboratory on the way of picking samples. If you let the exporter pick the samples himself or the farmer, then you're going to get a big challenge because they will give you what they want you to have, not exactly what represents what the farmers have produced. Thank you so much.
Again, ethics. Why would you do something to others when you cannot do it to yourself? Now, I said there's no harm using pesticides as long as you use them according to the instructions that have been given. And then, if you are producing under organic, definitely you have to mention to the inspector that you are producing for the organic market and you are following the rules of organic production. But it does not prevent us, the regulator, if you find a pest that is regulated where you are taking the product, to intercept it and say you are not going with it because you are not meeting the requirements of the market. And organic production is a private standard. Yeah? You know the international body that is facilitating organic production, then national level, then East Africa, and then we have a Uganda organic standard. Even when you have that certificate, you still have to present to us what you're exporting. And if we inspect and find a pest that is regulated, definitely we shall ask you to do something about it. We shall intercept it. And even when it goes the other side, it will be intercepted. But lucky enough, the products that we produce organically don't have many issues to do with phytosanitary. I will give you banana. If you take banana to UK, it is that they don't even want to look at the certificate you have given. So you are free to use organic, but do it for capsicum and see whether you'll go through. So you have to be mindful of what are you protecting with this pesticide. Can I have, what are the regulations the other side? Which pest don't they want? So once you know that one, produce you organically, exploit whatever, we shall give you a certificate, you're good to go. But do it on a high-risk commodity and say, I'm going to do organic. No way. But then, be aware that there are organic, actually biopesticide that you can use even on capsicum. And you minimize the residues, you can even get that premium market. I still want to emphasize, the future of our food security will always depend on pesticides. Ban it, don't ban it, we still continue to use pesticides, use them wisely, increase production and productivity. We cannot turn back, right? But there is a reason why you ban. EU banned because of one, they are persistent, yeah, in the environment. Like I said, you're supposed to harvest in 3 days, but you have applied a pesticide of 21 days withdrawal period. Definitely, that one cannot be allowed to use in their commodity you are going to harvest the following day. They know the safety issues that will come. Another issue, ozone degradation. If a pesticide is destroying our ozone and then we have greenhouse gases and we have heat all over, climate change, definitely it is banned. Another banned product are these fumigants. You've heard of methyl bromide. Yeah? If you put it in soil, it can kill whatever is there, but then it persists. Therefore, it is banned. Only used for quarantine treatments. So, I hope we understand each other now.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Just one question from our team, from our colleagues online. So they note, or the person asking the question notes, that Uganda is losing a lot due to the in-market interceptions and rejections and the items that are distracted because of that. So the question here is, how is MAIF upgrading its infrastructure and regional traceability system to detect pesticides and pests before consignments leave the Ugandan borders? So that is the question.
We also bear the pain of you having to pay so much money to test for pesticide residues. But because maybe we lacked infrastructure, and that's why our trading partner had to put a requirement for testing. We did not influence it. It's because the commodity was going with high pesticide residues. But the plan is, we are a government and not acting in silos. That's why you'll hear the girl offering the testing. But one of the ways we can do this is to train you guys in self-use. Like, this thing can be managed as long as you understand the pest you are controlling as well as the product you must use. It's knowledge. And infrastructure, meaning now you are saying government should be testing for free. Is that the requirement? There is a lab. UNBS, we supported a lab at UNBS, and I hope it will be testing some of those, maybe free of charge or...
Anyway, that lab actually is doing calibration of measurements. When I was talking, I forgot to talk about measuring devices. Do you even calibrate them? Okay. So it was one of those labs that MAIF supported under, I think, AVCPA. Yes. So for sure it is now, it is under accreditation as we speak to gain international recognition. So, but it is not for free. Yeah, there is a small fee really, but when you look at it, how much in terms of calibration? Actually, for pesticide testing at UNBS, OCP is 190. Okay. The challenge we still have with Kampala is the turnaround time. Okay, which we want to reduce, because for as an exporter, I want to look at a day or two. So the challenge is still there, but it is 190.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can see that food safety issues, we want to push it somewhere to the so-called focal point for food safety, because we don't have the necessary infrastructure. But we supported UNBS, and we may, if you are to get accredited, you have to make sure turnaround time is met.
Actually, the accreditation is already there. When you check the South African National Accreditation Services, all the labs that I've talked about, Gulu, Mbarara, Mbale, and Kampala, they are all accredited. That one you can verify online. The certificate is available as of March 2026.
So we are moving forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, a big round of applause to the Commissioner. So Commissioner, thank you very much for taking out time to come and delivering such useful information. And I'm very hopeful that that information was very useful to the team here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to fast track now the program because we are really running out of time. So, Madam Commissioner, you're excused. Next on the program, ladies and gentlemen, from the morning time, you've been listening to the rule setters, you've been listening to the regulators, you've been listening to government. I think now it's also good that we hear from the private sector. Government has laid before you what their plans and their thoughts are about how to improve the compliance system, how to help exporters access the market. However, as we've already agreed, it's not only the role of government to do that. The private sector also has a part to play in facilitating market access. So that's why the next session was dedicated to that bit, to try and hear from the private sector side what is available, what can we do for the exporters. So ladies and gentlemen, that's why I want to invite our next panelists, to please come and take up your seats here up front, and then we can delve into the subject matter. So ladies and gentlemen, can I please call the representative from Chemifa Uganda to please come up? Thank you very much. Can I call the representative from Hot Fresh to please come up? Thank you very much. Can I call the representative from Private Sector Foundation, PSFU, to please also come up to the stage? Can I call the representative from Siatini to please also take your seat? Okay, then the representative from Pader Organic Farmers Association to please take up your seat as well. The team, the admin team, please, I don't know how many mics we have. Oh, sorry, they already provided. So this is how we're going to do this. In the interest of time, we're going to start by letting our panelists introduce themselves, and then they will tell us a bit about what their organizations have to offer in respect to the subject matter, which is market access. Then thereafter, we shall have a Q&A session. So it will be open for all of us to engage the panelists on the subject matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll start on my immediate left, and I request the representative from Chemifa to please introduce yourself. You can turn it on. Yeah. Introduce yourself and then tell us in brief what Chemifa has to offer.
Of course, Chemifa is much more relevant a subject of today on export compliance and market access. We are an international accredited laboratory and also an inspection company. At the same time, for those who may be interested, we also have an international accreditation for seeds testing. We have been in this business since the late 90s, and actually we started from the point where actually export compliance was a big issue after banning fish exports to EU, and they had set up a lab to guarantee fish safety from Uganda, from East Africa to EU. But since then we have expanded to other value chains, and at the same time, of course, we think we are private, but I think most of the work we do is still government, because we are the designated lab also for fish export compliance for Uganda, of course under MAIF, honey, sesame seeds, and we're also participating in the FFV sector as well. So we guarantee export compliance in terms of exports, but also market access, and at the same time even local market access, because we also support processors who are looking for true marks which means we also support the market access locally. And most important, as we hear later, also food safety for public health.
Thank you very much. So that is Kemifa, Uganda Limited, and that's what they have to offer. So again, without further ado, let me invite the representative from Hortfresh to please speak to us on that subject matter.
Yes, thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Samuel Balagadde, chairperson for Hortifresh Association, which is the apex association for exporters of fresh fruits and vegetables. We also work very closely with our sister associations. I've seen the representative here. That is UFVEPA and HOTEXA. Our mandate basically is to promote exports of fresh fruits and vegetables by supporting our members and other players along the value chain, including farmers, input suppliers, and etc. We also work with very closely with the competent authority. That is the NPPO. Some people call it competent authority, some people call it NPPO, National Plant Protection Organization, or Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries. You have had the presentation from Madame, the Commissioner, Madame Efrance, who was here. We work to ensure self-compliance. As private sector, we have to work very closely to ensure that our members and stakeholders comply, and we support the monitoring aspect. We do participate in the registration of the exporters and the farmers for purposes of traceability, including issuance of codes, etc. We offer training on key aspects of market access and requirements and all other issues in collaboration with the MAIF. We also work closely with the UFVEPA on issues of export readiness when we are training our members. We do advocacy. We are living in an era of changing market requirements, which require a lot of new hard requirements for the market, and therefore we have to advocate for support from government and other stakeholders. Market access is a core activity for us, because without markets, we don't have business. And therefore, we participate very closely with all the key stakeholders, including UFVEPA and also MAIF, on issues of development of the dossiers for entry of market entry and the other aspects of inspection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to PSFU.
Yes, good afternoon to you all. My name is Daniel Karibwije. I'm an export development specialist working at Private Sector Foundation Uganda, representing my CEO. PSFU is the apex body advocating for private sector interest, especially private companies, trying to remove all kinds of bottlenecks that would limit business. And key among those is reducing the cost of doing business, removing bottlenecks that have to do with market access. And presently, particularly for the docket where I work, we have an EFS export farm support program under the Invite project, promoting export readiness. And under export readiness is a lot of key issues that we discussed today, having to do with certification, amongst other factors. And of course, we note that compliance is very key. Compliance will get you into a market, but it is competitiveness that will keep you there. So we had call 1 and 2. Recently, we had a call 3 that ended in April. Some of the companies here applied. And the key thing under the EFS program is trying to support especially SMEs, into those involved in agro-processing, to access high-end markets and regional markets. So at the Private Sector Foundation, we really engage in a lot of export and private sector advocacy, because without exports, this economy will not grow. But for exports to take its place, we must do everything possible to to help the private sector access these markets, because the markets are already there. We have a lot of preferential markets, not just UK, but the EU and other key markets, China, India, Morocco, South Korea. There's so many markets that grant us duty-free and quota-free access, but the key thing is trying to reduce the cost of business of getting there. And through Private Sector Foundation Uganda, we engage in a lot of advocacy, and that's partly why we are represented here. And through the EFS Export Farm Support Program, which I hope most of you have applied for, especially for Call 3, we'll try and make this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, please, Yatini.
Thank you so much. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good. Siatini is a mouthful. Maybe when you go to our website, you look at it. It's Southern and Eastern African Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. We work within Eastern and Southern Africa. We do policy advocacy on economic issues. We engage at different levels. At the WTO level, Commissioner Efrans talked about the SPS agreement in the WTO. We do work around that level at the WTO, at the multilateral level. We do advocacy at the CFTA, the AU level, the ESC, the tripartite, the national level, the ESC level. And our purpose is to ensure that our products, we trade, equitably, because markets are negotiated, market conditions are negotiated. So we work closely with the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Finance, to negotiate better market access conditions. At national level, when it comes to what we are talking about today, we work on standards. We do ordinances and bylaws. We have done a number of ordinances in northern Uganda, in Amulu, Gulu, Lebatong, all those areas on maize. Siatini, we are the ones who developed the Sesame standard with the support of Trademark Africa, together with UNBS and Ministry of Trade in 2016. And that standard was, they harmonized it to have the East African standard on oil and sesame standards. So we have been doing that work, moderator, for 30 years. We are celebrating 30 years this year.
Okay, thank you very much, and we really thank you for that effort, especially the development of the Sesame standard. And lastly, let's hear from our representative from PADEL, Organic Farmers Association, please.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. My name is Emil Nyonzima. I'm a CEO and co-founder for one company, international company called Global East Africa, which is part of Global Group. What we primarily do, we work with the farmers by complying on international standards, especially requiring on international market on chia, sesame seeds, and other products. As we speak now from chia, we have more than 250 farmers who are now going to grow up to 1,250 more within Pade, Lamo, and Kitgum districts. And that's how POFA was born. POFA is one of the institutions or association that we funded, which will be complying on behalf of our off-takers or even our partners. So primarily as an organization, what we do, we, on behalf of the international organization that take different products, we fund those kind of association, and then at the same time making sure they're complying internationally. Once all of this is done, then those associations can be ready to sell on international market. So we are still a startup. We are not only based in Uganda, we are also based in Rwanda. But particularly here, we ensure that all the organic standards are complied by farmers. And we go beyond into also managing, for example, somehow a lifestyle for farmers, so that something like salmonella does not affect. So we ensure that samples are done from the day we plant. We sample again at the end before harvest. All those compliance are respected on behalf of all the international off-takers to the point of export. So it becomes easier now to prevent stopping the goods during, especially when, for example, the goods are already at the border, and we ensure that at least all the farmers have been paid at the day of harvest, all those details that are needed. So in brief, that's how we created POFA, and that's how we create also different other cooperatives. First of all, compliance, then at the same time, by the time the off-takers see that all the standards have been respected, then it's easier then to take the product from the source up to the market.
Okay, thank you very much. The first topic or subject I would like to pick your mind on is, in all our discussions, one thing that has really come out is we need to cultivate what they've called the quality culture. So, ladies and gentlemen on the panel, what do you think needs to be done from the private sector perspective, or even on the government side? What do you think needs to be done? Because I think the solution starts with us. Okay? The Madam Commissioner has talked about ethics. She has emphasized ethics. So what do we need to do? So I don't know, in any order, I will not.
Can start since I'm at the age.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm listening to what people have been talking today, and from our own experience, if you really have to live the culture of quality, it's not a destination. Because I think, unfortunately, what we are doing now is that we are gatekeepers. We wait for the product when it is already produced and test to be rejected or accepted. Unfortunately, we are testing for a small section of human beings. What remains, we also eat. That's, for me, that's the biggest concern as well. But having said that, I would imagine we are doing quite a lot of things already, but there's one missing link that probably we are not responsibly sharing the information we are generating. Because if you look at today look at one commodity we're exporting, maybe let's say FFV, chili or some, we are only looking at chili being rejected, we are concerned. We look at the interceptions we get, we are concerned. Loss of money, we are concerned. But most of the chili may not be actually coming for export. And the people who are producing it may not be aware that probably all this information we are sharing is available. Because that will probably kick their mind to start thinking of the dangers, more or less like it's done in medical setups. When there is an epidemic, you are looking at now cases. But those cases inform the people of the danger of not washing their hands, of not doing their what. Similarly, I would expect, if we start from where we are, we should actually be working upstream towards the farmer. Because if really we are saying, so far we're getting thousands of rejections because of this and this and this information should be used to create awareness among the producers as well, to know at least what they are doing is very dangerous, not only for business, but also for them alone. So then I would expect, once we work together, it could be possible. Government has experts, there is no doubt. And these experts are if you listen to the government experts who are here, see there is a lot of information which probably could work together to disseminate backwards to the upstream. Such that if we really start cleaning our farms, with time definitely there will be less and less of what we are picking from the exports now. And even the export markets will be looking at us as clean markets. Because I could give you an example for where we are coming from. When I look at the history of the fish, we started from a point where actually everybody believed there is the pesticide residues high or in the Lake Victoria. But with time, of course, even the market starts looking at the numbers dropping, and they start looking at the market as a safe market. But I think we should use this information we are generating for those who are asking us now, or those we are worried will lose the market, to use the same information to educate our people, maybe clean those markets. Once it's done, maybe over time, it could be possible that everybody is looking at our market as clean, because that's why you see they are saying this regulation has come up and they are looking at particular countries, not others. It means actually they are looking at problems coming from what you are reporting. But assuming what you are reporting, all these traceabilities, all this data we are generating, let's say we are working together with competent authorities at MAIF, maybe a certain database managed. But we could use it actually going back to educate the public. For now, that's my piece.
Okay, can I?
Yes, please.
Okay. Maybe I could add on to what my colleague has said. I think what we have to realize, especially you exporters, that trade is about a specific product and a specific market. Each market is unique, you know. So you know the requirement of the market, and then you work backwards. What has been happening is you produce. People produce, not even you. People produce, farmers produce, then you come and pick what they have produced, which is wrong. You know what the market requirement is, and when I was listening to this lady Smith, it's complicated, very complicated. The words are complicated. ISO, what. Even Madame Francis' presentation was complicated for a farmer. So it's up to you to simplify, you know, to the producer what it means, all those complicated words. What do they mean? What do you want the entire value chain actor to do? I'll give you an example of one time sesame was rejected. Our sesame, it went up to Canada, through EU, it came back because of salmonella. And what they found out was that these women up north were using the winnowing. They were using the one which is made of cow dung.
Yes, yeah.
But they didn't know, you know? They didn't know. So you need to simplify what you want. Somebody was saying from there that you put here, you can educate on the radio, on what. You have to be intentional when you are raising awareness and training value chain actors. In Sheraton, we have, when we are doing the maize standard, we had all these pictorials. You know, somebody seated, how that this maize grain is bad, this one is good. You know, there are things which we take for granted, but common sense is not common to all. So I think that's really, really important too. I think we need a carrot and a stick, a very big stick. You know, these things to say ethics and what, it can't work. That's why bylaws and ordinances are very, very critical. You find somebody adulterating coffee or what, there is a punishment, you know, which is not there. Somebody adds, when we went to Muru, we are doing the sesame standard, and people were adding sand, and they knew it. Nothing was being done, because we went to the local government people, they said, but we don't have a law to be able to do that, you know. So we need a stick we need rewards. You don't reward people, you know. When you go to buy, if you don't even have standards. For example, maize, I know for maize, they are grades in the standard. Grade 1, grade what. But when you buy, you are buying everything, giving the same price. That's a disincentive. Why should somebody take time and money to produce something which is first grade and you don't pay that price? So I think that's also very important. Lastly, I think we need to rethink our production model. And Madame France, you raised it. 45 suppliers, and you are not putting anything. You haven't trained them. You don't know what they are inputting, what seeds they have used, what kind of fertilizers. Other people, they do the nuclear farm model, and you get outgrowers. And those outgrowers are yours. You give them the inputs, you agree on the price, you train them. So if we are to really be serious when it comes to export, production is key, and we need to change, to rethink the model. Thank you.
Emil, you are saying something? Sorry, let me take. Okay, Emil.
And it's also, as she was saying, it's about dividing the work. What for us we did, there are some responsibilities that belong to that cooperative, which is now within them to ensure that quality is well expected and always followed up. But on our behalf, also as private institution, we divide the task where there are those who are in charge only for production. So we are always in the field on behalf of our off-takers. We give them all the equipments that they need, tarpaulins, all the things that a farmer will need. Then we ensure that they give us the right quality, because we represent those who will take the product to the other end of the market. So we ensure that compliance is respected from farmers up to the point where the goods will be going.
So we should assume that, as Madame from Sheraton said, you give an incentive for compliance.
Yes.
And what is that incentive?
Not only that, we also add some pricing on it. For example, if the normal price is 4,000, for example, or 2,000, we know the cooperative will receive some top-up as an organization, and they will make a profit as an organization of farmers. With that, we can sit together and tell them, since you are complying and you reach the target we need, this is the amount of money on your P&L and balance sheet that you will get. So within the cooperative, they have their own management system, they have their own accountant who are following up that they reach the target, but at the same time knowing that each time they produce a quality, there is a profit. So we don't just throw money to one farmer to each, but we give it as a cooperative. So this creates really a good organization and quality.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from Mr. Balagan.
Yes. Thank you very much. I don't want to differ very much from what my colleagues have said, especially the laboratory man. A human being is a human being, whether it is in the export market, whether it is a Muzungu or it is us, we're all human beings. In SPS, Madame France will agree with me, there's what we call equivalence. So that when they come up with the EU food law, they expect that all the member states should have laws, food laws, which are equivalent to. And when it comes to the trading partners, the third world countries, the third countries like us, we should also have regulations and controls that are equivalent to theirs. And that's why whenever they come here on any mission, audit mission, one of the first things they start with is to do regulations, enabling regulations. Are they there? What are the laws which are there? Now, when it comes to food safety, I think the biggest concern of late has been food safety, where the chemicals have become chemicals, and that is attributed to food safety. When you consume what you're not supposed to consume, it causes cancer, it causes what? And several studies have been carried out in Uganda. I don't want to name them now, by Makerere University, by different bodies, which show that our food stuff is full of contaminated with the chemicals which are not fit for human consumption. And even if I've read several newspaper articles where they even show our tomatoes sprayed with certain chemicals which are even banned by the EU market. So when I talk about equivalence, of course, the ministry has taken some steps. Of late, I saw them banning some chemicals which are not supposed to be, which were also banned by Europe. So that is equivalence. But now, moving forward, I would expect 2 or 3 things. One, to realize that we're also human beings. And from policy, from ourselves as individuals, we need to start a drive to protect ourselves. And therefore, it should be our responsibility as individuals, as groups, to also demand for safe products. 2, I don't expect any parallel production systems from the farmers. Well, the ministry and NPPO has tried very much to ensure that these farms of high-risk products are controlled, they are coded. But next, you find tomatoes which are sprayed anyhow. And that is where sometimes the mistake happens. The farmer may not know that if I use this spray for this banned chemical, and I use it again, it can affect this one. So, where I think we should do, when I look at developed countries where we export, I've seen the private standards playing a key role in informing regulation, like the global gap. But the global gap is a private standard. So me, I would think that we need to step up in order to improve on the horticulture. We need we need some kind of self-realization that we are indeed in a very big problem, and we need to enforce private standards as well on a voluntary basis in Uganda. And then we need to ensure that we urge our regulators to enforce these regulations across the board, so that food for local consumption is safe as much as food for, they're treated the same. All food must be treated as what? As food. Thank you.
You wanted to say something, Dan?
Yeah, sure. I tried to come in here, it wasn't possible. So I want to talk about the cost of compliance. Because compliance is expensive, and many SMEs would like to be compliant, but the cost is high, and we cannot run away from that fact. And hearing from the chief government chemist, he mentioned that the rates that they use are from government, which seems to insinuate that the government views the whole idea of doing tests as a source of government revenue. And that kind of mindset needs to change. Because if the costs of certification and lab tests are coming from government and not bottom up, that poses a problem, because if SMEs are not testing their products, they don't have the ability to pay for the lab tests. Exporters are sourcing products from 10 farmers, and if the costs of testing are going to cost 3.5 million shillings per week, that's going to eat into their margins. So, of course, as private sector, one of the key things to propose is if there can be group testing that can be accepted by government, that would reduce on the cost of certification, that would reduce on the cost of lab tests, and that would encourage a lot of teamwork. One of the biggest challenges I've seen in our export sector is that many exporters work in silos. We don't have a lot of exporters working as a team. And even those that claim to be in associations, if you look at them deep down, you find still exporters are working as silos. So as people, and introducing the carrot and stick is one method of trying to enforce compliance, but in fostering teamwork among exporters is very key, so that you can work together on standards, on certifications, and try to reduce that cost of doing business. Because compliance is one thing, you will become compliant and actually gain entry into a market, but competitiveness is what will keep you there. Uganda was one of the first countries to get a honey standard and get acceptable into the EU, but we didn't quite use it. The same thing applies to China. We were the first countries to get into the China market with coffee, but other countries came and overtook Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan, for that. Now, my second question, again, an observation. Again, from the morning, we've talked about quality management systems. Okay? We need to be structured in such a way that when there's a change in the market, we know exactly what to do internally to realign with that change. Now, from your perspective, how is the setup of the quality management system within our export enterprises? And do you think that having systems, say for example, built around the ISO standards can help us build resilient export enterprises that can wither some of these times, because we don't have control over the market. The market will keep on changing, but we need to be able to adapt. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I think from our own perspective, yes, if you are still talking of export compliance, definitely it may still be around the ISO certification, ISO international accreditation. For one reason, because the buyers are not here. The only reliability they have is that they are looking at a result from an accredited lab. And this accredited lab is not only like running independent, it's also watched, and the watchers are also watched. So they are sure at least there is a layer of reliability in terms of what you are giving them. That's what they are relying on. That's why you hear when we are saying you go to EU, you have a certificate from an international accredited lab, it's accepted because they know the process. But looking at it, yes, having had all that expertise around the quality management systems, those who are accredited, not even accredited, but you are following quality management system, how deep are we going? Because some of the activities really, as you heard from the guy from UNBS, may not, it could be knowledge sharing. It could not be that he's ISO accredited, but he's working actually in the quality infrastructure where he's learning a few things to improve. And maybe if you have smaller labs, they are also mentored to come up. Eventually, they'll also be accredited. So you use what you have actually to develop, scale down what you are lacking. That's also possible if we work together, but that can only be working probably under the umbrella of government. As you heard from David, the few equipment he mentioned here, you are looking at almost 5 billion. If you're a private sector player like us, you can see where the trouble starts also from when you are talking of accreditation, compliance costs, talk of the accreditation costs, talk of the equipment, everything is imported. You find it's very difficult. But what I would think is that labs existing entities which are already going that step towards accreditation should be actually the anchor for the ones which are coming up. We learn from each other and then scale up the knowledge. Eventually, everybody probably either will be all following the quality without actually testing. You can also prevent it. For instance, if you look at the traceability system we are having for chemicals, now we are tracing it up to the supplier or the producer. But assuming we take it beyond and look at who supplied that chemical, because at least you know where you bought it from. And then there is a stick for that one. Probably people also fear to start importing things which are not. If they know they will be traced, they will start reducing importing things which are not. First of all, they must know. That information must be there. That these are chemicals. I could be doing something and I'm not aware of the dangers. But assuming I got a customer who gave, maybe I have a rejection in the UK, back, trace it through the system, the person, the farmer who supplied me this, and then beyond that one, to where he could have bought it. Certainly, even if you don't punish him, he knows definitely there is a likelihood that someone is checking. For me, I would think like we could, where we are now, we also need to see how we can scale up actually. Maybe scale down, because scale up means maybe export, but let's say upstream, and see how we can benefit. So that if you are saying, for instance, government entities, also some of them are also accredited, they are running under quality management systems, but there could be other players, could be in the value chain, who need to benefit from them. Like Abel explained here about the storage system. You look at also, maybe also like she said, of course, the sesame seeds was very easy actually to educate the farmers. We already within the quality system infrastructure already. Even without testing, you are doing something that can reduce the danger. For me, because even if we test, certainly we are not going to solve this problem by only testing. Because things are we are now changing our farming methods, putting a lot of inputs in some crops which we never used to do. Even up there, some new chemicals are coming up, new inputs are coming up. So you can't keep scaling up the science way, the way we are doing, and then we hope that one day the market will be, if we are not doing something downstream, upstream.
Ladies and gentlemen, this seems like now a two-sided event. You seem to be in another one. So please feel free to join the discussion. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise them. Okay? Please go ahead.
Before they come in, that is a very interesting topic you have raised, quality management systems. In my view, I see that the quality management systems are driven by two factors. The regulatory aspects, which Madame Efrans there explained very, very well. And those ones are mandatory. There is nothing you can do. You either do it or you don't do it, and you are out of the what? The market. Then there are also those ones which may even be more stringent than the regulatory ones, and those are the private standards, the market-driven, like the Global Gap, the BRC, those standards. But in most cases, if you comply to if you are able to comply to the market private standards, then you are likely to comply to the regulatory requirements. But the regulatory requirements change so frequently, and that is where we have a challenge. They change so frequently, they come with something new which requires other factors also to change. For example, the testing requirements change. Conformity assessment, we call them conformity assessment procedures. Testing, when a new regulator comes, the testing requirements change. For example, the MRLs of certain, whenever they become smaller and smaller, it will tell you that the more sophisticated the equipment required becomes and the more expensive. The inspection, the certification systems. So, they have talked of expensive procedures, the certification is expensive, etc. So, I think we need also to advocate for the accreditation services to move closer. Because one of the issues that drives these conformity assessment procedures become expensive is because of accreditation. But now that in Uganda, I think a law was passed to have SANAS. Uganas. And I believe that once Uganas is here, it will also help. It will supposed to become operational this financial year.
It is.
It will
next financial year.
It will make it more some of these services more affordable because it is international accepted practice. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Just to add on, I think it's also important to look. Is it the what's the upstream and downstream? The what?
The farm is upstream.
The farm.
Yes.
The farmer.
Yes.
The farmer is down upstream. I think it's important to look at the reality of the upstream, where we are. You know, like I said, the nature of our production, very fragmented. People who don't know how even to read. People who don't have, somebody was saying, maybe we put radio programs. People who don't have radios, you know, and the radio belongs to the husband, you know. So these are the reality on the ground, and we expect those people to produce for us things which we are going to export. So from what I'm saying, we need to look at the entire value chain. Anybody who is in the value chain. We're in Amuru, and we're asking about the input, people who are selling the chemicals and the fertilizers, whether they have certificates, and they said yes. So we asked somebody, he didn't know even the products he was selling. Said, these are input dealers. A dealer is a dealer. They don't know, they can't even give the farmer who has come to buy the chemicals advice that this is what we do. Another issue which is really important is the government actors, the extension workers. They need to be retooled, you know. Some extension workers don't know what we are talking about, you know, with the issues of ISO, what, all these issues. And they can't advise the farmers accordingly. They are very few, they are not there. We are discussing with the Minister of Finance, and Finance was saying that in this budget, they have increased the budget for agro-industrialization to 2.2 trillion. They were saying they are going to recruit more extension workers, and they are going to retool them. You know, they need retooling. The district commercial officers at the local government level, you know, all these people, we need to bring them on board. Because for me, I think when it comes to production and export, you know, linking from the production to the export, that entire value chain, the people who transport, you know, you see a produce, you look at the lorries bringing the produce. On top there are goats. Mm-hmm. They put goats on top, no, and sheep, you know, and you wonder really, by the time this product reaches Kampala, what has gone wrong? So those people also need to be trained how to handle the produce. So for me, what I'm saying, the upstream is also really, really important if we are to do the quality management.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dan.
Okay, yeah, just very briefly, I want to mention about the role of market intelligence. And we're talking about standards, certification, and today was specifically focused on the UK, but the UK is not the only market in the world. And if you're not able to meet those high standards, there are different markets. So it's very important for us as a country to invest in market intelligence. Because as my colleagues have shared, buyer requirements keep changing, regulatory requirements keep changing, but if we invest in a lot of market intelligence, we're able to find out which market requires what. And also, we must also mention that sometimes these standards are a form of NTB, you know, because if it's really about transparency and traceability, the same countries are buying a lot of minerals from Congo. I thought they would stop and say we're not going to buy minerals from Congo for our mobile phones because of child labor, etc. But we don't hear about that. And having said that, trade is a war. You know, it's a war environment. And we need to pull up our socks and be aware about the geopolitics in the world that we live in. And market intelligence is so important that we're able to find out which markets can our exporters target for the time being as they improve on their compliance and standards. And with time, as they rise up in the value chain, they can become more competitive in certain markets that have very high standards. Because right now, previously the UK was part of the EU. So it was under the EU, you know, threshold. Now they're out of the EU because of Brexit. But yesterday on BBC, there was a talk and debate about whether they might come back into the EU. So we need to invest in market intelligence to understand which markets have which standards, which requirements might change. Secondly, I want to talk briefly about MRLs, because as a country, we need to be aware that bees are very important in our food production system. So if we continue using high levels of chemicals, that as it is happening in certain districts, we are depopulating bee species, which affects cross-pollination and agricultural production. So as we begin speaking about standards, use of chemicals, we should be aware that bees are some of the foot soldiers that improve on our agricultural production and eventually exports. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, very interesting discussion. Now, in the interest of time, I will just give 2 minutes to each of you panelists. Your parting thoughts. Now, the issue on the table is the UK market access, and things are changing. So in 2 minutes, I'll start with Emil. What do you think needs to be done to maintain that access for now? And then 2, for us to go, I think we moved from Annex 1 to 2. I don't know which way we moved, because I think we need to get back to Annex 1, where the regulations are a bit softer, for lack of a better word. So quickly, in 2 minutes.
I think since we were the ones having pain to access the market, we decided to even include everyone. For example, when we are giving the new instruction on EU organic, we, number one, we make sure it's something that you can, a farmer can translate and understand. So whenever we receive new regulations, we try to make it more easier and understandable to farmers. Number 2 is to involve even local government, like LC1, in those meetings, because now he also understands that on the other side, there are requirements and it's not from us. Then the root cause of those requirements and consequences. Most of the time what we are seeing as impact is that from all those LC1 use, they also somehow enforce on the product, because it gives more value to them, and at the same time they see that it's also affect their lifestyle in the way they're handling the product. So I think then from there it will be easier to now to have more trust if we can even be able to prove that within those trainings local government was involved. I think it will be easier then to internationally to be trusted, but it has to also start with us and also find a way to explain it on a way a farmer can understand.
Yes, thank you very much, Emil. Madam, your parting thoughts on the subject matter?
Thank you so much. Okay. For me, I think as Uganda's exporters, as business people, we need to understand the market. And let us not lump markets together. You know, you can't say the UK market, the China market. What's the product? You know, what's the product? And where are you taking that product? If you are taking that product to a supermarket, it will be different. So let us understand the requirements of the market and your product, then work backwards and put resources there. For me, I think that's really, really important. Today we have been talking about sesame and capsicum
for the UK market.
In the UK market. But then we also have the China market, which is coffee and other products. So for me, I'm calling upon you to really, really be serious, you know, when you're engaging in these markets, because the reputation of our country is on the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you emphasized the point of Mr. Daniel, market intelligence, but please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. With the particular emphasis on the UK market, it's a top dollar market, a top pound market. They give good money compared to other countries in Europe. And increasingly, I think you've all heard of the EUDR, European Union Deforestation Regulation. It's mainly to do with coffee and 7 other products. Capsicum, sesame are not there yet. However, we need to think ahead and get involved in digital traceability. Let's not wait and wake up to the same standards that are being pushed for coffee, rubber, and other products. Let us wake up to digital traceability. Let's put in place sustainability plans, because it's just a matter of time before digital traceability comes to the doorstep of our SMEs. We should learn a lot from the coffee sector. They're involved in a lot of GPS mapping. So the government, private sector, and other professions need to invest time, resources, and technical expertise in that area so that we do not lose on the UK market. It's a very prime market for us. Wellness industry is growing. People want to eat more fruits and vegetables, but particularly for today's discussion around capsicum and sesame, this is very pivotal. Because from sesame, it's about the oil, and also the residue is animal feed. So, you know, they need sesame for those two roles in Europe and particularly in the UK. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Mr. Balagad.
Yes, thank you very much. As far as we are concerned in the fresh fruits and vegetable sector, the UK market remains lucrative. Like my colleague has said, it offers a good price. It also offers good volumes. Demand is quite high, and this is something we should not miss. And therefore, we should work tirelessly towards maintaining the high standards and the compliance to that market. And once we have done so, then we are able to comply to so many other markets, including China. And for that matter, I think I would like to really commend the good work done by the NPPO. Those issues of traceability, I think they are handling them very well. We are now able to trace the product from the farm, however small it may be, as long as it is a high-risk product, it can be traced, and a lot of work has gone into that. Instead, I would tell you, my brother, that the people of coffee, EDR, should come and borrow a leaf from. But I'm also aware that Maif is coming up with a comprehensive traceability system for all the products. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for that information.
I think much as you all agree, definitely the reason we are here, we are still talking about the UK market. But of course, plan for the worst case scenario that many markets may get more complicated depending on how we farm. Because the more they discover bad practices in your market, in your farming area, the more maybe markets will also demand for more things. So we shouldn't be reactive. We should actually be proactive. Now we know the UK is giving us that bad headache. What happens then if there is a big Chinese market in India? No one. What do we need to do? So whatever we are doing today for the UK market, we should actually change the mirror and look backwards how we can do it. And it's good to hear that probably Maif is also thinking of, is already implementing a traceability system. We need to support it. But apart from supporting the traceability system, whatever we say, whatever we are doing, especially some of us who are like in testing, that data we are generating is very important data, and we need to share it. Because that's what can advise even Maif to change policies or to see where the trends of the problems, where they are. So we need to be working, really looking at how can we be prepared even before there is a policeman over the seas looking at us. We should actually clean our farms, our production.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, does anybody have a comment, a question for the panel? Yes, somebody with a microphone, please.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. My question goes to Mr. Daniel from PSFU. Talking about the Invite project. As a new company, can I be onboarded? And if so, how?
Mine is a comment and maybe an encouragement. It's to do with the issue of the culture, quality culture. I'm very much pleased that this is coming from the free zone. The need for quality culture. And also I was very much pleased with Chemifa, which recognized that we normally do abstract things and we don't go back to our farmers. They points out that there's need to get back. All these problems we are having, the farmers are not aware of it and they are not doing anything to improve. So we need to get back to them. I was also very pleased with the submission of Siatini about the sticks and carrots. This needs to promote and award and perhaps also punish. And I was pleased that this guy from Pade, they're already awarding some of the cooperatives. My encouragement is that let this not be just by the way, but let it be intentional. Let's have a policy framework and something that helps us to deliberately, intentionally, and we have a well thought out ways, approach, and framework that helps us to develop this culture. Because until we get there, we may waste our efforts a lot. So even the private sector, I think that for those who are doing well, we can award them by way of either financial reward or non-financial reward. Your selection criteria, say for start facility or UDB loan, should be, you should have the quality, the culture, the quality culture aspect embedded in your selection procedure. And some of these people could be selected as what? Model farmers in the village, where we could showcase and let everybody know that they are the best farmers, and let's award them through pricing and through other rewards, non-financial and financial reward. Let everybody know that they're doing something which is appreciated, so that we amplify it and everybody knows it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Daniel, can you quickly respond to that question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't get the gentleman's name, but I can still go ahead and answer your question.
Abraham Chivirigi.
Okay, thank you very much, Abraham. In April this year, we had a call. We put out an advert under Export Farm Support, the EFS Invite project, calling for proposals, basically for SMEs who would like to participate in export trade. And basically, we are supporting activities that are under export readiness programs. It could be certification or market research or product development. So it was open. It's open, and we ran a call. We advertised, and I don't know, maybe by show of hands, how many people here applied for the EFS Call 3 program? By show of hands. Okay. That's encouraging. There are a few people in the room. But I'm trying to emphasize that it is an open process. The standards and criteria were very low and manageable. All that was required is that an SME should have been in business for 1 year. You should employ about 2 or 3 people. You should be legally registered locally. So it is an open process. So there was a call 3. Unfortunately, it closed April 30th. And those who applied will soon hear from us. And for example, if you applied and one of your key activities is about maybe you needed to be assisted for applying for a certain certification, you'll be assisted in that area. And one of the criteria that was put out there is that in your activities, the project is willing to fund and reimburse up to $40,000 US. So it was an open call. Unfortunately, not as many people as applied as I expected. I know that it's a mindset where the people think that they needed to know somebody, but you don't really need to know anybody. But that is my take. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes, I'll give the last chance to Madam Commissioner.
Thank you very much, panelists, and the deliberations you have made. But I want to make... Anyway, quality culture is still a big word. We need to break it down so that we know in that quality culture who is where and doing what. One simple thing is, as long as you have your quality objectives, and when you reach at that stage, many SMEs run away. So, what is this one telling me? So that quality culture needs to be broken down. Another thing I'm foreseeing is regular interaction, not in Sheraton, but with your producer, with the stakeholder. Very nice statements in this room. How can we translate them to the actual environment? Thirdly, the market. It's a big word. You see, from laboring, then plant health, then food safety. We need to map the stakeholders and create an environment where they are interacting. Next time I want to see the buyer from Europe coming here to interact with the exporters and explaining to them how do we achieve these requirements. Or, from the regulatory perspective now to advisory. If UK has said, test, what are the implications? How ready are we? Where is the infrastructure? Who does what? And I know at the moment a box of hot paper is 15,000. You are giving it to a broker, you are giving it to the farmer. If the farmer is the one getting, his money should be cut to take care of the testing. Because they are the ones who are going to make the exporters to do what? To lose. And if they cannot apply the chemicals they know well and they know what they are going to spray for, they should be part of the money that is paid to the laboratory. And that maybe would minimize cheating by the exporter. As exporters, we hide a lot of information from our growers. There is need for transparency. So you are growing this chili, this is how I want you to do it, and if you are not going to do it the way I want you to do it, don't bring it to me to buy. So everything should not be on government. Government, infrastructure, government, no. Everybody must play their part. I submit.
Thank you very much. Well, yes, as we're moving, yes.
Just wanted to mention something very briefly. I think it's very important for us, maybe through this forum, to have what I would call a national rejections database. Because you see, rejections are a learning opportunity for exporters. And if there could be a database of rejections showing the details about what happened to certain consignments that either got rejected or burnt or banned, because I had a colleague, somebody I know, who exported some products to Europe and they just banned them at her cost here. And if we have this rejections database that is giving a chronicle development of what happened to certain consignments, that acts as a very good lesson for existing and potential exporters not cause the same problems for themselves. Because we learn from mistakes. Even other countries have rejections, not just Uganda, but we can learn from our mistakes so that they do not keep reoccurring all the time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's be brief.
Yes, I'll be very brief. Christopher over here. So I've just been wondering, building a culture of quality requires time, and in order to make standards more resilient and sustainable for the future generation, we need to integrate the youth, for example, because we know Uganda's population is saturated by the youth and the younger people. So I was wondering, especially with the private sector foundation, are there any initiatives to embed this standard awareness into like curriculums for universities or secondary institutions so that the younger generation can grow up knowing what these standards are and how to implement them so that we can build up that culture of quality within the younger generation?
Okay, thank you. And I think that will be the closing one. Daniel?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very interesting observation that you made about the youth, because As I was seated on that table, I looked around and we do have a good number of young people, even right in this room. So what you've said is very, very pertinent and actually very important, because the majority of Uganda's population, 77% or so, are youth. So at PSFU, of course, we do have programs that try to entice the youth into applying for some of these projects that are underway. We need more youth to get involved in agriculture. And for those youth, some youth may get involved in agriculture on the farm, others may get involved in digital systems, others digital traceability, product development. So there's a whole cocktail of opportunities along the value chain where we encourage youth and private sector to participate. And we do have, for me personally, I'm in a program called EFS Invite Project, but we also have other projects at PSFU that support and promote youth. And thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you can deliberate more on that with Mr. Daniel, maybe during the tea break. So ladies and gentlemen, I know this discussion, would like this discussion to go on and on and on. Unfortunately, we do not have the opportunity of time to take it, to continue with it. So please, a big round of applause to the panel. People, a bigger round of applause to the panel. Thank you very much. So I'll request Mr. David Katunji on behalf of the ED, as it is our culture to Fuzepa. The panel cannot go back empty-handed, so please, if you can do the honors. The PR team can advise us here, or we can do it. So we do it on the stage? Okay. So I think so once again, we are very, very grateful to our panel that you've been able to sit in and be with us up to this time. So thank you very, very much. So another round of applause as they take their seats. Oh, a group photo. There you go. So in the meantime, I would like to invite Mr. Karuhanga on the way forward. So quickly, in a minute. So we've been sitting here for almost 8 hours. So quickly want to highlight what are the next steps, what happens after here. Yes, for the interest of the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. As I wait for the IT team to display what we captured as a team, will be. Yes, we'll wait, maybe you have what to add in, subtract as we move. My name is Sam Karuhanga, Manager, Exporter Education and Capacity Building. Together with my colleague, I think most of you heard Maria's voice, so you saw her emails. Maria, please. That was the one who was behind the emails and the calls to organize this one. Director falls under our division. We also have other colleagues here, as we'll be discussing here. Since we are coming at the end, we are trying to, this is what the team, as a team, we captured. We look forward to finalize and secure high-level endorsement of a comprehensive event report. At Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority, we developed a culture of when we have an event, we come up with a report, but it is validated by the stakeholders who participated, so as to give it ownership. So it will help us to come up with a position paper or a way forward to engage government on a higher level, because it will have taken the events stakeholder. Then we also look forward to convene a high-level multi-stakeholder policy dialogue on banned agricultural chemicals, so as to have what we can use, what we can engage with other stakeholders, and how we move forward to improve on use of safe chemicals, because we are being told chemicals, using them is not harmful, it's not bad, but the way we use it on which products and for what markets matters. So, but we'll be looking to have further engagement at high level. Then improve trade market information dissemination for export information informed production. Why? Export markets are not like these are local markets, sorry to say, but you need to produce what already has markets, what meets the quality and the standards. Our colleague, Madame Noreen, is the head of this, but I think she has stepped out. To have, but we have been doing it, but we look up to improve on that. Like Daniel was talking about information market intelligence, that all that entails in that one. I've been doing that, but how can we improve on that one? And also to be sector and market specific as we look at diversification. I also captured institutionalization of capacity building on standards, traceability, and food safety. And we're looking at Ministry of Agriculture as a competent authority and the experts, the scientists, to lead into this, especially on what packages they give the extension workers. But also we call upon everyone to embed into trainings, in their trainings, to involve capacity building on standards, traceability, and food safety. Even when you don't have an expert to do it, but you can co-opt the teams from the experts to work on that. Then also modernize and strengthen pre-export testing, inspections, and certification systems. We look forward to have more of technology into this and simplify movements and reduce costs, hence efficiency on doing certification and pre-export inspection. We are glad Ministry of Agriculture already has e-FITO, so we could have more of those and also other engagements in that. Then formalize training and certification on sampling and packaging of protocols. Here earlier, people were asking on how should they package samples, how should they determine the sample size of what can they determine. We think it's a need for, and this one we're looking at laboratories, the GAL, UNBS, also Ministry of Agriculture to lead us into this one. Then increased exporter-farmer interface to bridge the information gaps. It has also been alluded to during the panel discussions. And we have our colleague here, Manager Regions and SMEs, Mr. Isaac Musinguzi. He carries out a lot of regional awareness and export awareness campaigns. We did this before, and we saw results where my colleague John and Noreen led a team where they came up with model farmers, working with horticulture, we saw the exports of horticulture improve at a stagnant figure, which was between 35 to $48 million, which shifted in 2 years to $80 million. Since then, it has never gone back. Why? Normally, there is always the information as we move along the value chain, it keeps on distorted. In most cases, especially horticulture, we have aggregators and agents, where the information they get from the exporters doesn't reach the producers. And you find producers are producing what their best knowledge have. So more interfaces, and people tell them, this is, if you produce for me this, I'll be able to buy at this price. And not creating more distrust, because every time they tell them they are rejected, so your number of sacks for these boxes have reduced, they don't know why. So we believe that if we have more interfaces, it will improve the situation. I think my colleague, John, we could have more. If they have more, then the team can capture and increase, or they can, other suggestion. Back to you.
So thank you very much. Those are the thoughts that have been captured by the team from the discussions we've had. And I don't think we need to go back. Anybody has anything to add? Some of the key issues? Yes, Madam Stiatini. Yes, number 7, please roll. Okay, thank you very much. That has been noted. Anything else that we could add or improve? Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've come to the end of this workshop, and I would like to call upon the Senior Manager, Export Development and Promotion, on behalf of the Executive Director of ZEPA, to give some closing remarks and then officially close the workshop. Mr. David Katunji, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, it has been a very engaging and fruitful dialogue that we've had today. And because of the importance and engaging nature of it, I see we are still comfortable. We still wanted to add more, but I know we've kept you here for the whole day. So on behalf of Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion Authority, I want to sincerely take this opportunity to appreciate you. First of all, for accepting to come for this meeting today, but also for being a very, very engaging and active participants in this dialogue. I thank the British High Commission that accepted to partner with us to organize this meeting, and all the presenters, without mentioning you individually, and the panelists. We would like to sincerely thank you, and next time we call upon you for another engagement, please come. Because we, like my executive director said in the morning, we know the importance of keeping this conversation among the value chain actors and the role it plays in ensuring that our exports are able to access the global market. So I can assure you that as FUZEPA we are going to have more of these engagements. So we will be calling you again to be able to come and we dialogue on the different topics. Today it was the UK market. Next time it will be on something else. And we don't want these discussions to just be discussions that end here in the room. Like my colleagues have indicated, we would want to sieve out issues from such discussions, especially those that are of policy nature, such that we are able to take them a notch higher to ensure that they influence government policy, to put in place an environment that is conducive to facilitate export of our products. And so I will not go back into summarizing the core issues because they have been captured under the way forward. So I want to urge you colleagues, especially the private sector, to ensure that you look at compliance not as a burden, because it puts a lot of responsibility on us to do. So we shouldn't look at it as a burden, but rather as a way of securing markets for our exports and causing the socio-economic transformation that we always talk about. So, colleagues, I think we need to end here. So, on behalf of my executive director, once again, I thank you and take this opportunity to declare this dialogue closed. Thank you.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The meeting and dialogue is officially closed. There is tea at the back. Please feel free to grab a cup as you're exiting. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you again. Yes. To our colleagues online, again, would like to say thank you very much for logging in and being with us the entire day. Thank you very much for the interactions, the comments and everything. So your active participation in the discussion. Thank you very much for your contributions to the discussion. And we look forward to having you again, probably next time, physically in the room. Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of this dialogue. So thank you very much and have a good evening.
The